Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Just give me 1 second to fix a few things here. I hope everybody is doing okay. I hope you were all able to follow in some way what I've been covering for the last couple of days. Um, if you haven't caught up with it, I will just drop the link to the playlist. I have had two live streams on this about what I call the Speedmaster that never was, aka Omega Lol. Basically, in November 2021, an, a Speedmaster, a very attractive example of a vintage Speedmaster, which was at the time presented as a first series with a very attractive patina, was sold for an absolutely record breaking 3.1 million Swiss francs. And in April, Periscope did a scoop on this. He wrote a blog post that pointed out a number of suspicious elements which made this watch. And the conclusion was that it was made of original Omega parts, but also bits and pieces that were harvested from other watches, watches that belonged to later periods, to ultimately present the watch allegedly as something that it was not. And for a watch that, of course, broke the world record for the most expensive Omega to have ever been sold on public auction, those were serious allegations. And ultimately, they came into the attention of more and more collectors. Neue Zürcher Zeitung, which is, of course, the German language newspaper of record in Switzerland, caught wind of it. They have written and published their own investigative piece about it for the first time on June 1st, last Thursday. And then yesterday, they actually published another story, which revealed that Omega themselves were actually the buyers of the watch. And that after having concluded through their investigation, which is still ongoing, through their internal investigation, which is still in the process, they have decided to fire a number of their own employees and pursue this as a legal matter to bring all those involved. And this is Omega's official statement, official word, to bring all those involved to justice. So it's a very interesting case. I want you to take a look at it. If you're interested, I want you to also take a quick look at Jose Perez, Periscope's original blog post. And you can probably already learn quite a bit about it from his perspective. And if you listen to my coverage, I go through both of the German articles in Neue Zürcher Zeitung, line by line, translating it simultaneously and also offering my personal opinions on the matter, just reporting the facts and just expressing some opinions about an ongoing issue that I think seriously has implications about not just one specific watch, not about a particular brand, and not even a single auction house. This is only the tip of the iceberg in many ways. It wouldn't have gained this much attention and this much exposure if it weren't for a $3+ million watch and something that was absolutely record breaking. It perhaps wouldn't have been exposed in this way and covered in this way, if covered at this level, I should say, if it didn't actually publicly embarrass Omega, one of the most important heritage brands in the business, still the flagship of the Swatch Group. So ultimately, the story that I'm covering here, of course, deriving ultimately from Periscope's work and translating from NZZ's investigative journalism, is all about the trust issues of authenticity, certification, verification, and authentication in the world of watches at large, and more specifically concerning vintage watches that are extremely collectible. Because chances are, and you can get a glimpse of it if you go through Periscope's previous work, these kinds of things go on in the business on a very regular basis, allegedly. So it's good to inform yourself. It's good to know what is going on to a certain extent behind the scenes. And I feel especially responsible to provide that kind of coverage because I cover a lot of auctions in the form of previews. So I think it is part of my job. In fact, it is part of my duty to give you also the rundown about what might not be so appetizing when it comes to the world of auctions. So I will, on that note, I will turn to the important watches auction that I have been covering from the live stream 2 days ago. We made our way through the first few dozens of the lots. If you have any special requests, feel free to click the link and choose the lots that you want me to shine a light on. Send me the lot number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to provide some historical and horological detail about it. Otherwise, I will do my usual. And right here, we are going to start our work with the 5170J, which is a beautiful chronograph by Patek Philippe. 5170 was, in fact, the first series of chronographs by Patek Philippe that featured the hand-wound CH29 calibers. because 5070 that preceded it was in fact the last generation of hand-wound Patek Philippe chronographs that still featured the Nouvelle Lemania CH27 base. 5070 was, of course, introduced in 1998 after a 3-decade-long hiatus in Patek's catalog of solo chronographs, right? There were, of course, perpetual calendar chronographs and whatnot, but there were no hand-wound Patek chronographs in the catalog between 1968, which is when they stopped making 1463s, to until 1998, which is when they started making the 5070. 5170 itself was introduced in 2010. So the example you're looking at is a relatively early one with the doctor's dial, so to speak. As you can see, the meter on this piece is what one calls a pulsometer, which is in this case graduated for 15 pulsations, meaning that you can take your own pulse or take your patient's pulse if you're in the medical profession. You engage the chronograph, start counting, stop at 15, and stop the chronograph. The centrally deployed chronograph hand ends up right around the heart rate of your subject. 5170 brought down the Patek chronograph to a more conservative, if still contemporary dimensions. This is a 40 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold case, beautiful silvered opaline white dial with gold fixtures to match the tones of the case, and also Roman numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock. Even the fonts that are used on the dial have a certain neo-vintage appeal, let's put it this way. And you have black hands for the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and for the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. As you can see, it's actually rather classically proportioned. Again, of course, 40 being a more modern size in terms of the diameter. And this particular piece is actually offered as a full set, which includes the original presentation box, the certificate of origin, the product literature, as well as outer packaging, not to forget the additional strap as well. This is lot 69 for a Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph in 18 karat yellow gold, reference number 5170J from around 2011 with the pulsometer. The estimated value of the watch is 30 to 50,000 US dollars. Lot 71 is an absolute classic. This is a 1680, the Submariner date in stainless steel, what one calls the red Submariner, or Submariner with red writing, a single line of red writing, which spells out the name of the model at 6 o'clock as part of the four-liner. As you can see, it has the period correct folded link oyster bracelet, a very attractive ghost bezel, and a matte black dial decorated with luminous material that out of tritium that has faded nicely and relatively coherently, which is always good. I mean, we were just covering that story where they made everything to match so perfectly that things were smelling fishy to Omega experts already at the beginning. That's why I sometimes have to contest people, when they immediately say, "Oh, it must be service hands if it hasn't aged in the same way as the dial." The the problem is, or the issue is actually that, especially in the 60s and 70s, when brands like Omega and Rolex started producing watches in larger quantities, throughout the 60s and the 70s early on, they had a number of different suppliers, right? They had a different supplier for the dial, they had a different supplier for the hands. Now, both of these suppliers use tritium, which matches, right, the material, but it's not always the case that they use the same mix of tritium, which means what? They won't have the same properties. They won't age, fade, and patinate in the same way. In fact, it's much more rare that it through a natural process altogether fades in this uniform manner. That's much more rare. Anyway, that being said, we are looking at a very attractive example of Rolex Submariner with the red writing from the early 70s. Feet first dial, a nice set. Which includes that special anchor, the hang tag, all the literature, a leather wallet for the documents, a service pouch, a presentation box and outer packaging, and most importantly, the original guarantee for this watch, sold in North Bay, Ontario by Jack Lavery Jewelers Limited. And lot 71 accordingly has a pre-auction estimate of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. At lot 72, we have an example of the Rolex Submariner with provenance and of recent provenance. This is a piece that belongs to 2020. So it is the new Submariner 41 that was actually issued to the United States Secret Service, or at least so it is claimed. What can we say at this point, guys? The certificate of origin at least helpfully points out that this watch was purchased through the corporate sales division in the October of 2020. We have it as a full set here, supplied through Tournon, apparently. Let's see what the lot essay says. Of course, you have that caseback engraving. We'll have to. All right, we can read what this says. Rolex collectors have always been captivated by the Atelier's special order watches. Atelier. Guys, you know, I'm a Rolex fanboy, but Atelier seems too boutique to describe an operation that produces more than 1 million mechanical watches per year. From military issued pieces by the British Royal Navy and COMEX to Middle Eastern monarchies, corporate special orders also garner collectors' prestige today, from Winn-Dixie and Halliburton to Domino's Pizza. From our research in 2015, United States Secret Service Employee Recreation Association, ERA, marked 150th anniversary of the United States Secret Service with the sales of personalized memorabilia, including 15 Rolex engraved wristwatches commissioned through Tournon, New York. Appraisals from Tournon confirmed their order from Rolex's corporate sales division. The present lot is a later special edition out of 50 total pieces delivered to the previous owner, a United States Secret Service alumni in the fall of 2020. Nice. Accompanying the watch is a Tournon appraisal confirming this special order directly from the retailer's corporate sales division. The appraisal further describes the caseback design consisting of the U.S. Secret Service Old Star and corresponding motto, worthy of trust and confidence, which has been engraved by Rolex USA. A Tournon certificate of origin additionally notes the official corporate sales order. Very interesting. A recent Rolex Submariner with a provenance that links it to the United States Secret Service. As the lot essay notes, we know that in bygone eras, such special order watches became collectible. More recently, we started seeing, for example, with the watches that were made for the Platinum Jubilee of the late Queen and supplied to other distinguished police and military units worldwide have been offered for sale, and they have, by and large, performed relatively well on the market. But it remains to be seen whether they will be collectible in the same way that mill subs are today. In either case, here's a recent Submariner with a provenance that has a number of documents providing a genealogy. This is a reference 126610LN, United States Secret Service. The piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the range between 40,000 to 60,000 US dollars. Oh, Jake Brooks, thank you. JB, yes, I know. I know. 999. Eric Wind shared some interesting insights on how the business ran at Christie's. He recommended against early bids and tricks they use. Seems tough to get a deal at big houses. He spoke at the Horological Society of New York. In addition to what Jake is pointing to here, I would highly recommend his conversation with John Reardon at Collectability. The reason I want to highlight that is not only because Eric's lectures at the Horological Society of New York are already quite popular, already get a lot of views, but the interview that he did at Collectability, I find is something of a B-side, so to speak. It's been published as the episode 9 of the Collectability podcast almost a year ago. And since it is a conversation between two former auctioneers, right? In fact, John Reardon and Eric Wind worked together at Christie's for a period of time. That conversation might be even more valuable for what goes on behind the scenes in big auction houses. So thank you so much, JB, for pointing that out for the audience. Do check out Eric Wynn's lectures at the Horological Society of New York, where he speaks extensively about collecting vintage watches, but also specifically about his experience at certain points with Christie's. And also, of course, I have a 4-part interview with Eric Wind on this channel. So if you would like to take a look, they're all organized on a single playlist. And that link is here. And I'm going to talk to Eric next week in person. So I would like to interview him also specifically on that topic on this channel. But I think it would be much easier if we figured out first in person through that kind of conversation, what we can actually talk about before we put it up somewhere so public. All right. We're looking at lot 73. This is Daytona 6265 Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in stainless steel on the matching oyster bracelet. It is matched with an oyster bracelet. Let me see if I can see the bracelet codes. Looks all right. The dial itself looks quite clean, with the loom, of course, on the hands, and the pips behind the hour markers having turned into a strong eggshell patina. 6265 is the model that has the matching tachymeter bezel in stainless steel rather than as an insert, and screw down pushers. Here with a silver dial, black chronograph registers, what collectors usually call a panda, from 1976. The sigma dial refers to these two sigma um, symbols around the T Swiss T, which at that time was the industry's way of indicating or underlining the fact that the dial had full gold components on it. And in this case, of course, we are talking about the indices and the hands and such, right? The rhodium plated white gold parts. This piece is in a very attractive condition and has all the makings of a classic in its simplistic beauty. And it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 50,000 to 80,000 in US dollars. Next up, we have Rolex Dato Compax, Jean-Claude Killy, one of the most complicated watches that Rolex ever made, and certainly one of the most complicated from the vintage era. This particular example actually comes through the family of the original owner, as the listing here states. But let's read a little more about it, because this is the kind of watch that deserves that treatment. Built on the base of Vajou 72C, what you're looking at is a triple calendar chronograph. The reference 6236, say the good people at Sotheby's, was the last iteration from the vintage Dato Compax series of triple calendar watches with chronograph function by Rolex, making it one of the most complicated models ever produced by the brand. The Dato Compax series was first introduced by Rolex in 1947 with the reference 4768, the only non-oyster, thus non-waterproof Dato Compax, and the 4767, which was the brand's first triple calendar chronograph fitted in a waterproof oyster case. Subsequently, the series encompassed the references 5036 and 6036 before the last edition, of which you are seeing an example here. The reference 6236 was produced until the very early 1960s. What differentiates the 6236 from its preceding models is the more modern case design and dial layout. Specifically, instead of having a monoblock case like the 6036, 6236 is equipped with a three-piece case that has a separate and slightly enlarged bezel, as you can see. The dial is also cleaner, with a prominent Rolex crown at the top and with the closed sixes on the scales that give the watch a more modern character. All four Dato Compacts series references had relatively low production numbers, and especially the reference 6236, which was only produced between 58 to 1962, with the present lots dating back to 1960, which places it right in the middle of the small production run. Pardon me. Rolex collectors gave those Dato Compacts models the nickname Jean-Claude Killy after the Triple Crown winning Olympic ski champion and Rolex brand ambassador. In addition to his promotional role with the brand, Killy also took a seat on the board of directors of Rolex SA, a position he held for over 40 years. Beautiful watch, alpha hands that were loomed with also luminous pips behind the indices. Arabic numeral, single Arabic numeral at 12. The rest are these conical or pyramidal markers with a blue small arrow hand, which serves as the date indicator along the perimeter of the dial, a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, a 12-hour counter at 12, and a continuous running seconds at 9. Centrally deployed chronograph hand is also blued with two apertures flanking the Rolex coronet to indicate the day of the week and the month. Pump pushers on a matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelet, which has clearly seen better days, but could become as new with a good restoration. Nevertheless, it is something to be noted. You can see the pushers on the side of the case for the correction of the day and the month. The case overall looks healthy, not necessarily the fullest that I've seen, but it is unfortunately expected. And the dial itself, hey, at least we can say that it was not doctored or restored in any immediately visible way, at least not from this picture. Lot 76 is Rolex reference 6236, which is the Dato Compacts, the triple calendar chronograph, which was affectionately called by the collectors as the Jean-Claude Killy. This particular piece has an estimated value which is 120,000 to 180,000 in US dollars. Hey, Owl. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Lot 77 is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6262, meaning that what we have here is a stainless steel piece with a matching stainless steel tachymeter bezel and pump pushers This particular lot is presented on a matching Jubilee bracelet, black dial with silvered chronograph registers. For the particular shade that the Daytona writing has taken, for the particular fade that has turned it into a soft powder-like blue. The piece is called Blue Daytona in the catalog, which once again refers to the Daytona writing that has faded into that soft tone of blue. This particular example from 1969, which actually is naked, despite the presentation you have there, watch only. And this piece, the Rolex Cosmograph reference 6262 in stainless steel on a Jubilee bracelet from around 1969, is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 50 to 100,000 US dollars. Once again, if you have any requests, feel free to flip through the listings and send in the lot number, and I'll be more than happy to provide historical and horological detail. I'm covering the upcoming June 9th auction, Important Watches by Sotheby's New York, a curation that includes two more Rolex Daytonas from Paul Newman's own collection, as well as a Patek watch that belonged to none other than Joanne Woodward herself, not to mention a number of racing memorabilia. So it is an event that is sure to bring many interesting collectors into the same room. We're looking at number 78, which is a lovely example of a gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the late 60s with the exotic dial and that stunning combination of black and gold, as you know, is often called the John Player Special after the livery of Team Lotus, which was provided by the cigarette brand John Player Special at the time. This is a piece that has the exotic dial with gold writing and gold dial fixtures, black background, and silvered white chronograph registers with the now immediately recognizable Art Deco numerals. US dollars. Oh, Jesus. Um, yeah, I don't know since when you weren't hearing me. I'm so sorry. I'm experiencing the same problem again, which I thought I cured. I thought I took care of. Okay. This should be better, but please let me know. Um, I mean, there's no easier way of letting me know because, as you know, I'm a one man show. And when I'm talking about something, I don't necessarily observe what's going on elsewhere. So I do apologize for that small glitch, but should be better now. I was talking about Lot 78 and said a bunch of stuff about where the nickname John Player Special comes from. So let's take it from the top. You're looking at one of the most delightful and also most desirable pieces when it comes to vintage Daytonas. They're quite rare and they're also absolutely beautiful. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6241 with the exotic dial. These pieces are called the John Player Special because the particular combination of black and gold reminds you of the livery that Team Lotus used during some of their glory years. Even Ayrton Senna raced with such a Lotus car. As you can see, this is a version of the exotic dial with gilt writing and very soft off-white, especially in this patina. Chronograph registers and a seconds track. The piece has pump pushers and a bakelite bezel insert that goes into a bezel ring, which matches, of course, the case material. And this is an aesthetic that has been adopted more recently in the renewed, re-energized Daytona series by Rolex, the reference 126500. Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate you. I've always loved Aunties, so you're more than welcome here. And I like that pun. Anti-core. Why not? Thankfully, we speak with an American accent here, so or whatever it is that my accent is called at this point, I have no clue. Part of the charm, as I mentioned, is the combination of black and gold, which is very distinguished. Of course, this is a version of the exotic dial, which is associated with the proper name Paul Newman, and distinguished specifically with the use of Art Deco inspired numerals for the chronograph registers. Very beautifully and subtly presented here against a glossy black background. The piece also has a 14 karat gold case that is matched with a 14 karat Rolex gold buckle, which at least at first read associates this piece with being earmarked for the American market, since that was the practice of Rolex to avoid excessive tariffs at that time. The piece by the listing comes from the family of the original owner, and this example of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6241, the John Player Special from around 1963, is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 400,000 to 600,000 in US dollars. Number 81. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. Lot 81 is Tornek Rayville TR900. Tornek was Blancpain's American distributor, and to gain the military contracts, because of the demands set forth by the US government at the time, they had to modify the presentation of this watch. Let's read a little bit from the notes, because this is a piece that comes with an interesting array of accessories, since it has real military provenance and an interesting history as well. The catalog note states, in 1961, the US government was looking to supply their sailors with a watch that would withstand the rigors of modern scuba diving. And of course, what could be more appropriate with the first modern dive watch, as it was designed by Jean-Jacques Fichter as the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, romantically named, poetically dubbed 50 Fathoms, that is celebrating its 70th anniversary this year. Many manufacturers attempted to win the contract, but due to the numerous and specific demands set forth by the Navy, a watch supplied by Alan Tornek was the only one to meet them all. The Tornek Rayville TR900 was more than meets the eye. However, since it was an incognito Blancpain 50 Fathoms, several watches were to be tested by the Navy, each hopeful to win the contract to supply the first underwater demolition team divers, the Anycar Sea Pearl, the Rolex Submariner, and the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, which became the Tornek Rayville TR900. The testing procedure was brutal. The watches would be dropped from great heights, frozen solid, exposed to high temperatures, and stomped into sandy beaches, to name a few. All of this story sounds incredibly familiar in the way that basically it got rehearsed by NASA, and it's a fact that blows one's mind. Of course, how is it that Rolex ended up just coming short on these sorts of trials, just missing out on some of these iconic contracts? After all, Rolex lost to Omega, whose Speedmaster became the Moonwatch a little more than a decade later. Here, it lost to Blancpain, which at any rate had preceded Rolex's Submariner as the first modern dive watch. Yet again, Rolex ended up coming out on top. And by several degrees of magnitude. It's really an incredible story. Um, you wouldn't call Rolex exactly an underdog, except when you think about, of course, Hans Wirsdorf, own personal story and struggles, um, and drive when he was first creating the brand. But it's important to go back to all these junctures in history where it seemed like things were working against Rolex's favor, and somehow they still managed to turn things around. And what a way of turning things around. Not only was the Blancpain the only watch to meet all of the criteria of the three watches to be abused by the Navy tests, it was the only one still ticking when it was all said and done. But how did Blancpain come to be branded Tornik Rayville? The most difficult standard to be met was the Buy American Act of 1933, which required that military goods to be procured from within the United States. In order to, pardon me, circumvent this requirement, Alan Tornek would import watches from Rayville through his US-based company. As for Rayville, that was merely an anagram, an Americanization of Viere, the town in Switzerland where Blancpain resides. EOD Tech Lieutenant Brian S. Economy wouldn't be issued this particular TR 900 until he was at the Naval Dive and Salvage Training Center in 1988, some 22 years after the first TR 900 was issued. EOD, I'm guessing, is some sort of demolition squad. Visible on the 9 o'clock side of the case are the low MU engravings that signified that the watch had passed magnetic and acoustic signature control for mine warfare, MIWU, testing in July 82 and again in June 1987. The specifics of this testing process are still classified. The same low MU symbol can be seen on the double hose closed circuit regulator that is also included in the launch. What an incredible watch and what an incredible story. Here are the markings that are hand engraved on the left flank of the watch. Here is the case back engraving, which includes, of course, the serial issue number, marks it as a magnetic, talks about the radioactive material, the licensing, and also marks it as the property of US military, found, returned to nearest military facility. Of course, there's that iconic moisture indicator at 6 o'clock as well, which served the particular purpose of making sure, testing at a glance, whether the enclosure of the watch remained uncompromised, because it would in fact change color if and when it was. Here is the full set of military memorabilia that is provided with the watch. All, I'm sure, Lieutenant Economy's pieces. This particular piece was produced around 1966, but was only issued to the lieutenant in the late 80s. Lot 81 is a Tornek Rayville TR 900, Blancpain 50 fathoms, in disguise, stainless steel anti-magnetic diver's watch with an humidity indicator, with a moisture indicator at 6 o'clock, 41 millimeters in diameter. The piece has an estimated value of 80 to 120,000 US dollars. At lot 87, we have a very stunning and very interesting square Audemars Piguet piece. I talk a lot about how JLC made certain watches and provided movements, especially as European watch co to Cartier, but oftentimes it's an unforgotten or sometimes unrecognized fact of history that Audemars Piguet made some watches for Cartier as well. Of course, much more exclusive, much more limited in number. This particular piece is a tank adjacent piece, which is more rectangular, except it has on its flanks these distinctive pieces of bloodstone that square that rectangle and really add to the aesthetics of the piece. The dial very much looks like a Cartier dial. No secret signature at 7 o'clock, of course, but what you're looking at is a silvered canvas with elongated Roman numerals and heat blued set of pencil hands in stainless steel. A really nice piece by Audemars Piguet in yellow gold. Okay, my bad, guys. The explanation, the listing itself says it's enamel, so I can't really contest that. Let's see if there's anything that the dial the receipt says. Oof. Okay, fascinating. This is, by the way, the service bill for the watch when it was sent to Audemars Piguet in 2020. More than $5,000, including the tax. Fascinating. Yes, this is a square tank adjacent piece by Audemars Piguet, which has these supposedly enamel inserts that have the appearance of bloodstone on the sides of the case, and a beautiful silver dial with Roman numerals, which really reinforce that tank aesthetic. This is a yellow gold watch, 28 by 30 millimeters, so a relatively dainty size. The reference number is 5256BA. The piece is from mid 1960s, and at lot number 87, it has an estimated value of 4 to 6,000 US dollars. An interesting trio of Rolex day dates there. Let's take a look. We're starting with the white gold piece, which has some bling to it. As you guys know, these salmon dial examples are extremely valuable, to the extent that I always say, if you are really enamored by these kinds of exotic, rare, and desirable dials when it comes to day dates, whether we are talking about some of the more rare examples of the lacquered Stella dials or semi-precious stone dials, I think you're almost always better off to get a Rolex day date in the best condition that you can, in the exact style that you aspire to, and then hunt for a dial that pleases you. So you can get it changed out and keep the original dial as well, especially if you ever decide to part with the piece down the road. Then get into a bidding war at a major auction house and pay significant amounts of money for one. This particular reference number is 18049 in white gold with the matching presidential bracelet, salmon dial, which has been diamond set at the factory, brilliant diamonds for most of the hour markers except for 6 and 9, which are actually baguette cuts, and a bezel that is itself set with brilliant diamonds as well. Compared to some of the hyped up off the catalog pieces, this particular example in white metal seems even subdued. The case is in a very decent shape, even if the bracelet has a little bit of a stretch, as much as you can see from these kinds of photographs. And the particular piece arrives with an appropriate presentation box, outer packaging, polishing cloth, and product literature to everyone who somehow unreasonably wants to protest against calling these watches the president or Rolex presidents. I want to show them Exhibit A. And it's always very curious that these are the people who are, Pepsi up, Pepsi down, Sprite back, Sprite forth, who use all the fancy, newfangled nicknames, but somehow want to gatekeep people from out of the hobby because they call the Rolex day date Rolex president. There you go. Rolex itself called the Rolex day date Rolex president. People didn't just make up a nickname for it in some obscure internet platform and try to propagate it. It's more correct than any nickname you think you have come up with. So this is lot 88, Rolex day dates, reference 18040 9, a white gold on the presidential bracelet, and with a factory salmon dial, diamond set, and a diamond bezel as well from the late 70s. The piece has a relatively conservative estimate of 8 to 12,000 US dollars. Lot 89 is one of the absolute classics of the Rolex day-date iconography. Yellow gold with applied Roman numerals, 18-karat yellow gold fluted bezel, presented on a matching presidential bracelet. The piece doesn't come with any papers, but a Rolex box, product material, product literature, and some of other accompanying accessories. The case back sticker is intact. This is the single quickset generation. 18 to 38 would be the double quicksets. Double quicksets, of course, means that you can actually use your crown to quickly set both the date and the day, whereas the single quicksets, as is the case with this model, allows the setting of the dates independent from the hands, meaning that you could cycle through them without having to advance the time. This particular piece, if you haven't noticed so far, was actually once retailed by Tiffany and Company and is signed accordingly at 6 o'clock, right above the two lines, superlative chronometer, officially certified. There you go, you have the Tiffany and Company. Of course, there is no other document or proof of provenance, so you have to look carefully and closely and decide whether you find the font convincing and appropriate to the period of time. This particular piece is from around 1987. And lot number 89 is a Rolex day date 18038 with a champagne dial, applied Roman numerals, presented on a presidential bracelet, and with a number of accompanying accessories. With a Tiffany signature on the dial, the piece has an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 in US dollars. While I grab a quick drink of water, please hit the like button. I really appreciate it. It is really helpful for a channel of this size. And also feel free to follow my coverage of the Speedmaster That Never Was, which is a link I posted earlier today, but one that you can see here. I pinned the link now. Feel free to click and watch it, save it and watch it on your own time. I would really appreciate that. We're looking at a double quickset now with an even more attractive dial, if you ask me. And I will be right back with my drink. I'm back covering the Sotheby's Important Watches auction coming up on June 9th in New York. A curation that includes two more Rolex Daytonas from Paul Newman's own collection, a personal watch by Joanne Woodward, as well as a number of pieces of racing memorabilia from their collection. So this is going to be an evening with a lot of interesting collectors, or afternoon, I think, with a lot of interesting collectors in the room. We are looking at lot number 90. This is a Rolex day date reference 18 to 38. The double quick sets, one of my favorite references, as you know, on this channel, since it also is an important link between vintage and contemporary when it comes to the Rolex president. This is a piece from 1995. As I've mentioned a couple of times before, or many times before, reference 18 to 38 was the first Rolex day date that had the quickset adjustments, which meant that you could actually correct the dates and the day with the help of the crown relatively quickly rather than having to advance constantly. In this particular case, you also happen to have a very attractive semi-precious stone dial in lapis lazuli, a very deep texture to it in a way, or a deep grain, I should say, which doesn't only include shades of blue, but also what looks seemingly like gold flakes or gold dust, so to speak, which of course fits with the theme. Rolex at the time also had the habit to exhibit as much as possible the texture, the flavor, the appearance of these sorts of exquisite dial. So the face of the watch here forgoes any further adornment except for the applied coronet and the lines of writing, to say nothing of the frames that the day and the date receive. Other than that, the dial is quite naked with no indices or markers of any other sort, certainly no luminous material whatsoever, but also no hour markers, for example, no minute or seconds track. So all you get is that profound, striking beauty of the semi-precious stone. This is the double quickset Rolex day dates, reference 18 to 38, with the lapis lazuli dial. On the matching Rolex presidential bracelets. Lot 90 has an estimated value of 18,000 to 24,000 US dollars. If you would like me to take a closer look at any of the listings here, feel free to browse at the provided link in the chat and send in the lot number with a super chat. I will be more than happy to take a look at it for you. We are looking at a relatively feminine version of Patek Philippe's annual calendar. This is the 4930 37 millimeters with a black mother of pearl dial that has a lot of beautiful and iridescent visual appearance. Applied Roman numerals that are loomed, leaf-shaped hands, which are also loomed, sweep center seconds, a moon phase indicator above the dates, which is framed at 6 o'clock. At around 9 o'clock, you have the indicator for the day of the week, framed by a white gold ring. And at around 3 o'clock, you have the same for the month, a railroad style minute track. And as you can see from that signature right above the date, this is a piece that was once retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany and Company. The concave bezel of the watch is set by diamonds, and so is the grip on that crown. Everything happens in that 37 millimeter white gold case, which is in pretty good shape, with a self-winding movement, full rotor, full-sized rotor. And here is the full set of documents, which includes the certificate of origin, confirming that it was sold at the Tiffany and Company salon. The piece has 170 diamonds that amount to 1 carat. It comes with an 18 karat white gold Patek Philippe buckle. Here's once again the full set, presentation box, outer packaging, certificate of origin, a bifold leather folder for the product literature, lot 91, which is a stunningly feminine version of the Patek Philippe annual calendar, reference 4936G, in a 37 millimeter white gold case, and a diamond set bezel, black mother of pearl dial, retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany and Company. This piece from around 2008 has an estimated value of 30 to 60,000 US dollars. At lot 93, we are looking at time and date Calatrava with a sector dial. This is the 5296R from around 2011. A silvered two-tone sector dial combined with a 38 millimeter pink gold case. The piece comes with its full set of original accessories, which of course includes its certificate of origin. Three hands are heat-blued stainless steel. And for the hour and minutes, you have these rather full feuille-shaped hands. And extended drooping lugs, as you can observe from the profile of the case. An exhibition case back that allows you to peer into the self-winding mechanism with a full gold rotor. This is a Patek Philippe Calatrava in pink gold with a two-tone silvered sector dial, reference 5296R, self-winding at lot number 93, with an estimate of 25 to 35,000 US dollars. You're looking at 3940p. This is the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar from that classic 36 millimeter diameter era. Rendered in the most perhaps elite version in platinum. It's a great classic. A very collectible piece these days. As you can see, it is one of the purest and most popular designs of Patek Philippe. Obus-shaped applied indices, a dotted track for minutes, an opaline white silver dial, here combined with a platinum case, Dauphine hands for the hour and minutes. Very simple, cylindrical styled subdials. At 3, you have within the leap year indicator encircled by the indication of months. At 6, you have a pointer date which surrounds the aperture for the moon phase indicator. And at 9, you have the day of the week, which surrounds a 24-hour hand that also serves as the day-night indicator. This is a piece from 1990. As you can see, is offered with a solid case back, a box which serves as its winder, as well as outer packaging, is provided with this lot, which is a Patek Philippe 3940p platinum perpetual calendar in a 36 millimeter case with leap year and day-night indicators. Lot 95 has an estimated value of $60,000 to $90,000. At the next lot, we have another example. 3941 was introduced right away with the exhibition case back, as you can see here, which is the caliber 240Q, the micro rotor caliber that powers the perpetual calendar with a full 22 karat full gold micro rotor that here carries the Geneva seal, as you can see. This piece is distinguished by not only that exhibition caseback, but also these subtly recessed subdials. As you saw, the subdials at that example of the 3940 were quite cylindrical. Here you have a little bit of a recess that gives the dial a little more depth. The calendar is actually in German here, as you can see, which you can already tell from the umlaut around Mer for März, and also from the spelling of, from the abbreviations of the days at 9 o'clock as well. Has all the same functionality as the 3940P that you have seen at lot 95. Lot 96 is a little bit lighter, of course. This is the 3941J, classic 36 millimeter Patek Philippe perpetual calendar in yellow gold with an exhibition case back. The micro rotor caliber gives the watch not only a modern movement, but also a beautifully sleek and slender case profile that wears beautifully on the wrist. And you have the added benefit in this example of an exhibition case back that graces you with the hallmark of Geneva, as well as the caliber 240, which is an absolute modern classic for Patek. And you get this beautiful set, which not only includes product literature, setting pin, and the certificate of origin, but also this delightful earlier burgundy or rather even cherry red wooden presentation box by Patek Philippe, as well as its outer packaging. Very aesthetically pleasing, even at that first sight. Bought in 1990 in Andreas Huber in Munich, Germany. This is the Patek Philippe reference 3941J 36 millimeter yellow gold perpetual calendar with an exhibition case back and indicators for the leap year, 24 hours, and the moon phases. The estimated value of the watch is 50 to 70,000 US dollars. It's lovely, right? '97 is a much more modern take on the perpetual calendar chronograph by Patek Philippe. This particular example is in white gold and comes from around year 2015. Reference 5270, 41 millimeter white gold case, which has the stylized spider-like lugs, which are also stepped, a silvered opaline white dial, which gives the watch a very sober look in combination with the white gold case. Beautifully polished baton markers that are matched with feuille hands. The two chronograph registers. At around 3 o'clock, you have the 30-minute totalizer. At around 9 o'clock, you have the continuous running seconds. A pointer date at 6, which encircles the moon phase indicator. That pointer date subdial is flanked by two porthole-like openings, which serve as the leap year and day and night indicators, mostly for the facility of your adjustment. And then above the signature Patek Philippe, right under 12 o'clock, right under the doubled markers at 12 o'clock, you have the two apertures for the day of the week and the month. A very sober piece, a very classic example of the prestige complication perpetual calendar chronograph with a more modern take by Patek Philippe, built on their own CH29 hand-wound chronograph base, marked with their own PP seal, of course, at that point in time already. At around 2009 is when they let go of the hallmark of Geneva and when they started using their own seals. This is lot number 97, the 5270G Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph in a 41 millimeter white gold case with indicators for day and night, leap year, and the moon phases from around 2015. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 70,000 to 120,000 in US dollars. We're looking at a white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the meteorite dial. This is the reference 116519. Of course, with the Daytona lineup being renewed, the meteorite dial versions are, at least for now, out of reach, at least for now, retired. So this is the next best option, so to speak, matched with a rubber band here from Rubber B with red contrast stitching, which plays along well with the red accents on the dial. That is not limited to the Daytona writing above the continuous running seconds, but also the hands in the chronograph registers, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph hand. The meteorite dial, which is galvanized to achieve this largely neutral color, is marked with applied Roman numerals, and of course the proprietary applied coronet at 12 o'clock. The chronograph registers are framed by white gold rings themselves, and there's a matching tachymeter bezel involved. Of course, the screw down pushers. Here, the fixed end links. These examples were specifically presented with a leather strap that can be fitted with other things, as you can see here. And this particular example at lot 98 comes with its original warranty card, a hang tag, product literature, a presentation box, and outer packaging as well. This is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116519, a white gold Daytona with a meteorite dial that is presented here on a rubber band from around 2014, here on auction for Sotheby's New York Importing Watches at lots 98, with an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 US dollars. We have a couple of more interesting Daytonas. I'll try to focus on at least two of them, but let's look at lot 99, which is 16520 with a black dial. The Daytona, also known as Zenith Daytona, since the first generation of self-winding Rolex Daytona chronographs that were produced between years 1988 and 2000 were actually built on the base of Zenith El Primero caliber 400. The particular aesthetic of these dials, especially in the design of the outer rings of the chronograph registers, and perhaps even more pointedly in the slender design, in the slightly extended design of the hour markers, were recently adopted for reference 126500. Here you have a beautiful example of that era with a black dial from around 1996, of course, complemented by the screw down pushers, a matching tachometer bezel in stainless steel, and an oyster bracelet with polished center links. This particular watch is presented with the full set of its accessories, but most importantly, of course, it is being put on auction here with its original warranty papers. The piece was bought from Vempe. This is lot 99 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520, the so-called Zenith Daytona, all in stainless steel with the black dial from around 1996. The piece has an estimated value of 15,000 to 25,000 in US dollars. Lot 101 is a white gold example of the same reference point. You're looking at 16519, meaning this is a white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona presented on a leather strap and a matching déployant clasp. Here with a sodalite dial set with diamonds for the indices, except for the applied coronet at 12 and two-digit Arabic numerals for the quarters. This particular piece still has the case back sticker intact, and it is offered with a generic but appropriate Rolex box from around 1999 towards the end of the production run. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16519, the Zenith Daytona in white gold, and a diamond set sodalite dial. Lot number 101 is expected to fetch an amount in the region between 30,000 to 50,000 US dollars. At lot 99, we're looking at a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6239. The piece is called Small Daytona because the name of the model is written in a small script under the two lines of Rolex Cosmograph at around 12 o'clock. You have otherwise the classic look of the Panda, black chronograph registers against a silvered background, and a centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, which is also in black, stainless steel tachometer bezel, and a Jubilee bracelet to match. Bracelet has certainly seen better days, but haven't we all? The piece is from 1966 and still has a decent bit of life left, even though the lugs seem a little too thin for my liking. This is a 6239 small Daytona in stainless steel on a matching Jubilee bracelet from around 1966. Lot number 102 has an estimated value of 30 to 60,000 US dollars. We have a 6262 again. Um, oops. We had one with the black dial at lot 77. Lot 103 is the Panda version. Black chronograph registers against a silver dial with the Daytona writing above the 12-hour counter. Again, an absolute classic, all in stainless steel, presented on its riveted oyster bracelets. Of course, the piece has pump pushers and a stainless steel tachometer bezel. This particular lot is presented as lot number 103 with a Rolex presentation box, service papers from April 22nd, 1982, an additional matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelets made for the US market, polishing cloth, and a receipt from McCormick Jewelers. Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 6262 Panda. Here's an example. Here's a picture of the set you would be receiving if you were to win this particular lot. Here's the service papers from 1982. And here is the original receipt from 1975. Charleston, West Virginia, where this came up to almost 400, a whopping $400 at the time. A decent deal, I have to say. Lot 103. Here on the June 9th auction, Sotheby's New York Important Watches has now an estimated value of 40,000 to 60,000 US dollars, which might actually be slightly on the more conservative side. Oh my God, we're looking at a Broad Arrow Speedmaster soon. Be careful. But before then, we have a very special Speedmaster, which was marked as a premium lot. This is one of those pieces which were presented as a tribute to the astronauts. In this particular case, you're looking at a piece, a yellow gold Speedmaster, which was given to the command module pilot of Apollo 13, John Jack Swigert Jr. My apologies if I butchered the name. I believe he was played by Kevin Bacon, I want to say, in the movie that was made about the mission. Um, but I am blanking out on how to pronounce his last name, so my apologies. But as is the case with these limited number of gold Speedmasters from around that time period, it is engraved on the case back with the name of the mission, the name of the astronauts, and also these lines: to mark man's conquest of space with time, through time, on time. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. 42 millimeter yellow gold case, very warmly patinated through the years with those stunning lyre lugs made originally by Iguenin Frère. The matching bracelets, champagne sunburst style, with black markers and yellow gold surrounds. The hands are also the hands are also black, which gives this particular Speedmaster spectacular legibility, and the slightly faded burgundy bezel only serves to enhance the vintage charm of the piece. This particular watch comes with a number of memorabilia. NASA invitation to the launching of Apollo 13 on Saturday, April 11th, 1970, for NASA US, printed color images depicting the liftoff, views from space, and John L. Swigert Jr. commemorative Apollo 12 mail envelopes, patch, coin, matchbox, pin, dedication of Jack Swigert Space Operations Facility pamphlet, dedication of sculpture pamphlets from 1997, all from the private collection of the astronauts. As you can see here, with the watch right in the middle. What an amazing, amazing set. My apologies again if I butchered the name of John Swigert. Your friend Mikey, thank you so much. $5. I really appreciate this, Mikey. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Can't stay, but wanted to stop in and show my support. We'll try to catch a replay tomorrow. I'm way overdue for a new timepiece. Always, my friend. And if you need any further suggestions or details, please feel free to email me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I'm just going to drop it to the chats for everyone to see, and maybe you will catch it too. I would much rather help you out more specifically than the sort of general advice I give on the channel for free for the most part. So we are looking at Jack Swiggert's Gold Speedmaster, a premium lot number 104. The estimated value of this piece, which was presented to the Apollo 13 command module pilots, John Jack Swigert Jr., is 120,000 to 180,000 in US dollars. At 105, we are looking at the second series of the first broad arrow, one that belongs to the same reference number as the alleged the allegedly forged piece that we covered on this channel earlier across the last 2 days. So I'm going to send again a link to that playlist if you want to catch up those developments about the Speedmaster that never was. This is reference CK29-2, which means it belongs to the second generation. It is the original 38-39 millimeter case on that beautiful matching bracelet here. Matching stainless steel bezel, broad arrow hands, and the oval O of the Omega, which is already a later mark dial compared to the original, which has a circular O. It's just after everything that has happened and that I managed to cover through Periscope's initial blog post and Neue Zürcher Zeitung's later coverage, it gives me chills when I see any type of archival extract, but specifically Omegas. But this is, of course, in either case, a legendary watch, beautiful bracelets, beautiful case, the original Speedmaster caliber Omega 321, which, of course, is building on the Lemania CH27 base. The extract from the archives specifies the production of this piece as October 17th, 1958. This is lot 105, Speedmaster 2915-2, broad arrow, stainless steel on the matching bracelet from 1958. The piece has an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 US dollars. Thank you so much for being with me tonight as I cover the important watches auction upcoming by Sotheby's New York on June 9th. If you have learned anything from the show, if you have enjoyed it, please hit the like button. It really helps a great deal. And in either case, thank you for being there. If you like to contribute to the channel in other ways, you know how. The links are provided in the video description, and you can also, of course, always super chat and direct your watch-related questions to me. At 106, you have one of my favorite versions of the Vacheron Constantin overseas, especially when it comes to this particular generation. This is the so-called Everest. Of course, the particular design came from a prototype of the overseas dual time made in titanium and tantalum for the alpinist and photographer Corey Richards. It was later integrated as a limited edition into the lineup, and there is now a chronograph version as well. Of course, unlike the prototype that was made for Richards, this particular piece actually has a stainless steel case that is matched with a titanium bezel and I believe crown and pushers as well, and that unique slate gray Grenet dial, continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 12, 30-minute totalizer at 3, and the chronograph hands, including the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, are in this suggestive orange color, which is matched and coordinated beautifully with this canvas like textured strap with contrast stitching in orange. Uniquely, the full gold winding rotor of the overseas in this particular case is decorated with a scene of Mount Everest that is inspired by one of the photographs that Corey Richards himself took. And of course, the compass rose symbol is there as well. Nicely decorated movement carrying the hallmark of Geneva. The watch still lives up to its original promises of providing 150 meters of water resistance, as well as its, not to mention its anti-magnetic properties. This was a limited edition as well, one of 150 pieces. This particular piece is number 121. There you go for a view of the movements and the Mount Everest. (150 meters, anti-magnetic, 121 out of 150. And here's the presentation that includes the full package, including a gray textured rubber band as well. This is reference 5500V, the overseas chronograph Everest in a limited edition in titanium and stainless steel, anti-magnetic and water resistant up to 150 meters. Lot 106. The piece has a relatively conservative estimate of 20 to 30,000 US dollars. This is certainly a trend. The conservative estimates at the important watches auction of Sotheby's, New York. We'll see how the actual process unfolds. $113, reference number 113 is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116505. Pink gold on the matching bracelet from around 2015 with a black dial, chronograph registers framed by pink gold rings, black outer rings, and a kind of rosé champagne and radially guillocheted centers. A lot of contrast going on there. And I particularly like the writing on these dials, especially the minute and seconds track as well. It reminds me of those old school gilt dials of Rolex vintage watches. Certainly a beautiful watch, and they have gotten a great shot of it here. It has the screw down pushers and the matching bezel in 18 karat pink gold. For the tachymeter, the case is quite healthy with crisp and very legible hallmarks on the back of the lugs. And it's also offered with its box and papers, including some product literature and hang tags. And there's an undated warranty card from Benbridge Jewelers, but the watch is from around 2015 and has an estimated value of $20,000 to $40,000. What does that even mean? Basil's Bezel says, I can't look at a Speedy with archive papers the same. Yeah. I mean, the problem with the whole thing, of course, is not only unique to that particular watch or this kind of brand, but it's really an industry-wide issue that we all need to concern ourselves with. Um, Even though we are not all affected in the same way, of course, even though there are, as you unfortunately know by experience, Basils, there are so many other scammers and fraudsters in the community who take advantage of people in other ways. But certainly, these kinds of doctrine of watches that has gone on for too long, but that's reported quite rarely in mainstream outlets, needs to be talked about, I think, more often with more knowledge, with important detail, which is what Periscope has done in the past, and which is why I love bringing up his work on this channel. And it's an absolute triumph for him. I hope much better things come out of it for him and for the industry at large. Beautiful example of the Daytona Lot 113 with an estimated value of $20,000 to $40,000. Aussie Expat says soft looking. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. And just so you guys know, the guy I had to remove obviously wasn't the real Curly, so I needed to point that out. I mean, it's not, that wasn't his account. The account was open today. I think Curly has an account that outlasts June 3rd, 2023. It's one of those days. I'm kind of getting tired of trolls again, but what can you do? The more successful you get, the more they keep coming back, because they can't suffer it. They can't. They can't. It's okay. It's because they know I'm better than them. It's because they know they have absolutely no talent and their time is running short. Lot 114 for another pink gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, this time on the Oyster Flex with the fixed end links and the ceramic bezel. Rolex is so smart to offer these different kinds of pieces that are kind of similar, but really not. Um, the ceramic bezel on Oyster Flex, I think, not only draws the eye to the Oyster Flex a little bit, but also works so extremely well, as my friend Aussie Expat explained so many times before. There's really a lot of interesting layers or tiers of contrast going on this watch. Of course, you have that pink sundust dial, black chronograph registers with that sort of pink gilt writing. Of course, black ceramic bezel. It is, after all, 116515LN, Lunette Noire. And then you have not only the Everrose, the pink gold case, but also those fixed end links, which not only adapt the case for Oyster Flex, but also provide another layer of variation or contrast between the black ceramic bezel and the black of the Oyster Flex band. That being said, that being noted, I do want to drop the link for Aussie Expat Watches channel. Who is, of course, a great friend of mine on this platform and has a lovely channel. So please subscribe to his channel as well. At lot 114, the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116515, Lunette Noire, the pink gold on Oyster Flex with the ceramic bezel from around 2018, with its box and papers. The piece has an estimated value of 20 to 40,000 US dollars. Lot 115 is a model that I like to call the Roger Federer, because this was the piece that was presented on a Rolex advertisement that had the legendary champion, the greatest of all time. I don't care what you think. I don't care what the stats say either. I like him more. That's it. This is the white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the matching white gold bezel on the matching oyster bracelet, polished center links, of course, since it's precious metal. That's naturally the case, but also the black racing dial with radially placed oversized Arabic numerals and beautiful red accents, which includes the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand as well. The writing has come off in certain parts of the bezel, but I don't think that's a major issue. The piece is otherwise quite well preserved, even though it is about 20 years old. A piece that you can, I guess, by certain standards, already start calling neo-vintage. We are in year 2023, after all. This particular example of the Roger Federer 116509 white gold on the bracelets with the black racing dial is presented with its box and papers, or rather just its box. My apologies, no paper, box, outer packaging, product literature, and a green hang tag. And the estimated value of the piece is 25 to 50,000 US dollars. Please hit the like button. It really, really does help. I would really appreciate it. Just want to take a quick look at what we have left. I think I can cover practically all of this before we say goodbye for the night. At 116, you have my absolute grail of a vintage watch, the double red Sea Dweller, the original reference 1665, 1665, two lines of red writing, Sea Dweller Submariner 2000, meaning 2000 feet, 610 meters of a depth rating, which was accomplished at the time with this ingenious helium escape valve that is also a design marvel, as you can see in the way it sits so unobtrusively and nicely on the left band of the case. Domed crystal, old school tool watch brilliance. Rolex at its vintage best. The piece is matched with a very modern oyster bracelet in matching stainless steel. The code is 93150. The bracelet that belonged to 5-digit references such as 14060, but can be retrofitted to a lot of 4-digit Rolex divers as well, especially great for daily wear. This particular piece belongs to 1973, roundabouts, and it is a watch only on that relatively modern oyster bracelet, and with an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 US dollars in lot number 116. Nick Butter, thank you so much. You keep looking at 126 Breguet. I think you reviewed it on a previous stream, but for those that missed, can you share it again? With pleasure, my friend. And don't let the trolls drive you crazy. The mods are doing the job. It's okay. I can handle it. The the mods are there, to enjoy themselves for the most part. I appreciate it when they do the work that comes with it. Um, but at any rate, man, I mean, it's again, it's not that they irritate me, but I will expose them every time they come up here. I will expose them, and as I expose them, they evolve in their own way. I don't know if you remember the early days, but they would come up with just appallingly racist shit. And even though it doesn't come from any actual participants on this channel, I just don't want that shit on my channel. So I expose them for it. I know where it comes from. I know it comes from the Tim Wright channel. So I will continue doing that work. Every time they bother me, I'll hit back. And it won't be pretty eventually. It really won't be. Especially if they want to continue to pursue this as a livelihood, I would highly recommend to anyone not to mess with me. It's not a thread, just a disclaimer. This is lot 127, an example of the Tradition series, which was introduced under the direction of the Swatch Group during the leadership of Nicholas Hayek Sr. In 2005, he had the brilliant idea of inaugurating these series, which basically merged the aesthetics of some of the subscription pocket watches that Abraham Louis Breguet made in the 19th century with a contemporary aesthetic, which really brought out the retro-futuristic design. This particular example has the constant force mechanism with chain and fusée. As you know, a constant force mechanism, by simple definition, stores up the energy and releases it in a controlled manner so that the caliber runs with the same accuracy over the course of its charge without losing its amplitude. That's a great look at the caliber. I don't want to kind of whine needlessly, but it sometimes bugs me that a piece like this that is so explicitly called Tradition is using a silicon balance spring but I am probably just being unnecessarily nerdy and puristic. So that should not bother you. I particularly love the black dial for this fusée and chain model. This dial is actually made, as with classic Guilloche Breguet dials, out of a gold blank, which is coated in black and hand decorated with a traditional rose engine. Yeah, I'm a huge fan actually. I think the Oramundi is one of the I don't know, one of the most appealing executions of the world time to me. I don't know why we are in such a minority, Chris. Chris, I don't know about the beef that Hayek Sr. may have had with Nick Fox. If you could clue me in, it yeah, that would be great. Yeah, you know, let me see if I can see a nice video that can quickly display how a fusée and chain mechanism works. If if I can't find it, I will I'll try to explain it just in words. It's not actually that difficult to understand, but so basically it is a constant force mechanism, fusée and chain. Um, there's a barrel, there's a fusée and chain as part of the mechanism. In the barrel, there's the mainspring, which the fusée connects to the chain. Right? That's the chain, that's the fusée. And as the barrel unwinds, the chain pulls the fusée by following its form. And it's like bicycles system, when you have that dérailleur, which changes gears automatically. So mechanically, it's a similar system to that. And ultimately, it serves to maintain without very much. Actually, I think the bicycle system is a great example because ultimately, here, the idea of providing constant force relies in making sure that there is no slackness, right? Because you have that mainspring barrel tightly wound at full charge, right? Which is not suddenly being relaxed in a way that would mess the accuracy. So that would be a very quick description of it. Ah, okay. Yeah, Chris, I think I remember that throwaway remark about him not really getting along with Hayek Sr. I think he has also said on that occasion that, it was about something that he has said or written, but what that was, unfortunately, I can't tell you. Yeah, I really like the display of the movement here, both in the front and on the back. I mean, the Tradition series overall, I really love. And there's a lot that is interesting with this Grande Complication, which is the constant force, fusée and chain, here presented in a pink gold case in 42 millimeters, which actually wears quite large with those extended lugs, just to put it out there. The piece, I think, has a power reserve indicator on the back. Let me see where that is. I must be mistaken. I also love the retrograde seconds version. The chronograph version is great. The GMT one is really useful. I mean, the entire Tradition series is certainly amazing watches. There are a few things that I don't necessarily like about them, as I mentioned, like the silicon balance spring, but the retrograde second version of it has to be my favorite. And that, I believe, I'm trying to see whether I have any recorded on my watch list, because they can actually be rather attractive in terms of the pricing. If you like the aesthetic and you know don't necessarily have the budget to pay for something like this, again, that's an extremely conservative estimate, $40,000 to $60,000 at lot 126, 127, I meant to say. Here's the GMT version, for example, which is again a very beautiful watch. You have your local time, reference time, day and night indicator. A really beautiful piece in white gold. This is the 767, 7067. And this is right around, how it's listed on Chrono 24, which means you can possibly get it for much less with box and papers here, and they accept offers as well. So thank you, Nick, for highlighting this watch. We have still half an hour, so no rush. And I think I will be able to finish today my coverage of the Sotheby's June 9th. That is coming up. We have the classic reference 1815 up and down Walter Lange in white gold here from A. Lange und Söhne, with the beautiful silvered argenté dial that matches the white gold case and provides a very sober look to the watch. Off-center small seconds at 4 o'clock, and a power reserve indicator, gang réserve at 8 o'clock. The Of course, up, that serves as uh, down, and auf, which serves as up, and full charge gives the name to the watch, to the model, with a hinged case back on this white gold case, one of only 50 pieces. This particular example is number 4 out of 50, with those heat blued stainless steel alpha styled hands. And the piece also comes with its full set of box and papers. A very beautiful classic piece in a 38 millimeter white gold case by Alain Gonzune, limited edition, one of only 50 at lot 119, with an estimated value of 40 to 60,000 US dollars. We have two stunning examples of the Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar back to back. This is one of my favorite dial executions. I don't know how much I gushed over it before, but this is the Florentine dial. That particular work of decoration that brings this sort of frosted effect to the surface on which it is applied. It remains a mystery to what extent and until what time period exactly this was the case, but when it was introduced, I was always told that, well, when I was first introduced to it, to put it more properly, I was always told that this was something that was done by hand hammering, which means that it is kind of a pneumatic style tool that you guide by hand, and that applies that decoration to the surface. Here, the piece is presented in an octagonal case, which also serves as a winder. It has a certificate of origin that places the date of the production in 1994. A skeletonized winding rotor that brings the initials of the founding families into sharp relief, AP for Audemars and Piguet, hand engraved and also supplemented by the additional 21 karat gold weight. Number 15 out of only 25 pieces. This stainless steel and platinum perpetual calendar, 25686 SP, in the classic 39 millimeter case. No leap year indicator, no weekly calendar, just a pure balanced 4 subdial look with the Florentine finish. and that beautiful here set next to that beautiful octagonal case, which is burlwood on the outside. Lot 123 has an estimated value of 70 to 90,000 US dollars. In this case, of course, the bracelets and the case is largely stainless steel, except for the octagonal bezel, which is platinum. The hexagonal bolts are, of course, white gold, which has taken a warm champagne-like tone over the years. The tapering interlinks are also in platinum, which gives tone sur tone kind of accent, tone on tone accent to this watch. Really beautiful and unique piece with an estimated value of 70 to 90,000 US dollars. We have an Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar in the next lot, lot number 124, which is actually fully executed in platinum in this case. And as you can see, it has a later version of the movements, which integrates into the subdial at 12 o'clock, a leap year indicator as well. You have a Grand Tapisserie dial here in a salmon pink color. The moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, and the rest of the three subdials framed also in white metal. All the hands in those registers are heat blued, and it contrasts with loom-filled hands, which match those oval indices. A great piece. Somehow those hexagonal bolts have taken on a kind of pinkish patina that matches so beautifully with the salmon dial. And this piece has a very comforting heft to it since it's fully executed in platinum. Here you have the presentation box, outer packaging, the certificate of authenticity, as well as some product literature, the key for the box, and of course, once again, you get to take a peek on the caliber, which is built on the base of the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920 with, of course, a perpetual calendar module. And here, deployed with the full rotor skeletonized with the AP initials and supplemented with an additional 21 karat gold weight. The case is specifically numbered. And this Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar in platinum with a salmon dial in Grand Tapisserie, reference 25820 from around 2005 at lot number 124 has an estimated value of 200,000 to 400,000 in US dollars. We're slowly closing towards the end. If you haven't so far, please hit the like button. It really helps. If you're chancing upon this live stream, please subscribe and hit the notification bell. I'm here with watch content every day. I have recently covered this developing story about the Speedmaster that never was. I highly recommend that you take a look at my playlist. I think there's a lot to learn from that coverage, from the whole uh, incident, which I think has broader consequences that reach well beyond. Hey, man, how are you
Good
doing?
day. That was good timing.
Yeah, you were about to you're about to leave.
No, no, no. I just mean like I jumped on to talk about the Speedmaster.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Um, wow. So yeah, Aussie was really nice to check out some of the coverage that I did, translating from the Swiss newspaper, from the German language, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, and basically when we were going back and forth at the Discord, and you should certainly share the link for that too, Aussie. Um, we were thinking about what is more problematic. That one, that parts of the watch were allegedly forged. Ultimately, the current allegation stands um, at this consensus that it was original parts, aftermarket slash replica parts that played a role in fabricating or doctoring the genealogy of the watch, as well as parts harvested from other watches. Was that the bigger problem, that it was allegedly a forgery, or that Omega ended up buying the watch? Um, you tell me, Hussey, what do you think about that?
Uh, I think the forgery aspect is definitely a sort of a no. I don't blame the victim here, but it's a buyer beware sort of stuff. As in, there isn't a single thing that's worth anything that doesn't have people trying to, monkey around. You know, this pot is 10,000 years old. It's not the watch world that exclusively has such problems of uh, people claiming provenance or history that just not true. This is particularly egregious because of the cooperation of certain Omega employees. I felt the Omega CEO's response couldn't have been anything less than what they claimed because, I mean, this Omega employees helped in the process of creating this forgery. And very curiously, they benefited from the forgery existing as a company, as in to have an item go for sale and raise attention
Yeah.
to Omega Vintage. Like, hey, we're like the other brands too. These things go up in value.
Of course, just to protect ourselves and each other, I will note once again, underlining it quite heavily, that we are just relaying the facts as presented by two published newspaper articles, and that we are simply presenting our personal opinions,
Yeah.
nothing more, nothing less.
Well, yeah, I'm
Um,
not claiming anything beyond, say, what Omega claim themselves.
right.
Right. I mean, they are not saying anything other than Omega employees helped create the forgery. Their initial press releases were that they were very happy about the outcome.
Oh, of course,
Um,
it was an absolute record, right? How can you not be happy? Now,
yeah.
my defense was because you also shared an article there where an auction house itself, through presumably intermediaries, bid on an auction that they were staging. That I think is another level because
Well,
no,
there were a few hop skips about that. We had but the same thing happens in a lot of different products. So what we're talking about is there was a huge boom in the video game market, and there is a parallel to this Omega story. There was a huge boom in the vintage, quote unquote, vintage video game market for
near
a copy of
near
uh,
it.
Super Mario. And the reality is like there's a lot of markets where it's about condition, right? It's
Mhm.
all about condition. And then there are these services that will grade, quote unquote, grade the condition of the item. And they'll say it's like, this is like a 9.6 out of 10, a 9.2 out of 10. This is how close to mint it really is. And they put a firm number on it.
Yeah.
These grading companies usually take a commission based on the grade they provide the product. So if it comes out at 9.6, it's roughly worth like, say, $10,000. They'll take $500 or something like that for the grading. So
But
they
it's
self incentivize themselves to provide higher gradings.
that's wonderful. Uh,
And grading is and condition of a non tangible object is pure opinion. So
right.
even they themselves are not internally consistent. You'll find a 9.6 that's garbage versus a 9.2 that seems perfectly fine, things like that. But the grading company
Mhm.
in this case is owned by the auction house.
Ah,
So they and the auction house will only sell things that were graded by the grading company. And in addition to that, the thing that really sort of set people's minds in imagination of speculation was the sale of like this $1 million Super Mario copy, and it was graded by Wata, and the owner was one of the co-founders of the grading company, and the buyer was one of the owners of the auction house. It's like so,
yeah. I mean, look, I understand that there were still degrees of separation somehow, no matter how
yeah,
artificially constructed. But I didn't. I don't want to outright refuse it as an analogy, but it just seems what was done in that case is outright criminal in most jurisdictions, at least as far as I'm familiar with it. Whereas brand bidding on early, rare, or otherwise unique examples of their watches or watches that carry their name is, at least in some instances, a legitimate and reasonable effort because they're trying to establish a museum to represent themselves in the best possible light. And I
mm,
understand, look, um, I can't read all of their intentions. And even with this intention, of course, there is the added component, there is the consequence that they are participating in a process that enhances and potentially inflates their brand equity. But at least on one level, and I'm trying to talk about it on the level that can border possibly on illegality, and I don't see any in this case.
mm,
We can discuss the ethical problem, but insofar as they are trying to establish a museum that would put their brand in the best light, especially in a marketplace, where everyone recognizes these days the importance of, authentic heritage, lasting value, and a good story too, some decent narrative. There's hardly a better way of preserving and nurturing your brand um, than establishing a museum. So I wouldn't want to begrudge them that in the first place. That's one
sure.
thing.
I wouldn't outright say it's like completely outlandish. It is a little bit. There's quite a number of issues though. Number one, at auction, like if you were going to try and acquire pieces, like acquiring the ones that go to auction is a little bit. I mean, in my opinion, it's effectively affecting the market itself, which coming from like a financial background, if a company wants to try and buy its own stock back, in this case, the brand is trying to buy its own piece back, they have a responsibility to try and do that without affecting the market as a whole. even though you might say, well, it would be to their advantage if they did that. It's like, no, you're not really allowed to do that. That's not very scrupulous. So doing it at a public auction, as opposed to say trying to do it at a private sale where the price doesn't have to be disclosed, is a significant issue.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't mean to sound naive, again, because I don't even want to use the word devil's advocate because I don't
Yeah,
want
that's
to load it too much. But I tried to present a point that was more sympathetic to watch brands that want to preserve their heritage in a certain way by institutionalizing it in a museum. Now,
uh,
the other slightly naive point that I'm going to present again as a sort of sympathetic siding with a brand, with an imaginary brand, even it doesn't even have to be Omega. um, you do know that acquiring these pieces through private deals often is much more difficult and potentially more expensive, precisely because, well, it's usually cheaper, but because the seller, if they know that they have something truly precious and unique, would rather sell in a public bidding war to get the most money out of that piece rather than establishing a private sale with the museum that they might regret down the road. So
mhm,
either they can't buy these pieces at all from uh, people, other collectors, or even dealers privately because they don't want to sell. They want to put those watches to auction, or they would sell, but they assume that it would sell in an auction potentially for $1 million, and they might sell you for 1.5 million.
mhm.
So they want to cover their back as well.
Yes, yeah, yeah. I understand. I mean, it is a complex situation. I think a little bit more of the incrimination would be the by I don't mean literal incrimination. I just um, is really around how much gloating they did at the price that was achieved through their own purchase.
Right.
That would that would be a particularly egregious. I haven't seen the original statements from Omega on that piece. I've got a Forbes article here, but it doesn't reference Omega saying something about it. But
They might have
my
already
understanding they did.
they might have already removed that particular statement. But I remember reading the extensive coverage and gushing, in all the mainstream watch outlets. And hey, well, why not, right? Because at
Hmm.
that point we were still inhabiting that fog of war.
Yeah.
And trust me, I mean, Periscope does a lot of work, and sometimes he does it in advance of the auctions. But in this time, he did it in an article that was dated April 2023 for a Speedmaster that was sold on auction, and in another version came onto the market of this spring of 2021 and sold in November 2021. So
Mm.
um, even though a lot of people had their suspicions and raised eyebrows, apparently when it was even first listed, no one knew how deep it went and how many folds there were to the story um, before Perez sunk his teeth into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean the Omega archive papers, the basically Omega blessing this watch as being legitimate is particularly not foul ball or something, is not particularly bad for the brand, the whole archive like that paper is it worth anything? Now
Yeah,
I'll forgive an auction house for getting slightly off because they just simply won't have that level of time with the watch, and they don't have full responsibility, right? That's not quite the same thing as the watch manufacturer blessing it in the same way as Omega. I think that's a higher bar.
and again, two sympathetic expressions on the brand's behalf, and this time specifically Omega. One, They have realized exactly what you said. As of today, well, as of now, I think up until sometime in May, they were still doing that, but they don't provide archival extracts anymore. It was stopped until further announcement. Um, the second thing I want to say is Omega is at least one of those brands that have two distinct processes. When it existed, the archival extract was a relatively straightforward process that you could um, simply accomplish by a series of photographs and with some self shared information about your watch, and they would send you an extract. Whereas they also had a whole authentication process, which, as the article shared, is something that takes at least 2 months. And I understand, again, I understand the time constraints um, in which or under which these auction houses operate. Um, but in fact, right now, both services are suspended. I wanted to check this. Yeah, uh, it's
Oh
good to,
gosh.
to bring it
Yeah,
up.
I look. It may have been a bad idea, just just from the beginning, because you you're putting yourself in a position where maybe it's just not really possible to get that level of trust internal in the company, to bless things worth millions of dollars or otherwise, you know what I mean? It just may not have the right set of incentives there to have such a process, as in not blessed, blessed, not blessed, blessed. Do you get what I'm saying? Like they're the ultimate determiners of what's a real and not real,
But
and they probably don't have that level of expertise and cannot be infallible.
but by all means, I understand that. And again, that was something the article was noting too. Even if Philips, they conjectured, had 30 experts on staff, they would not have the time to certify every single watch according to the standards that are expected. But then again, um, it's like, Ozzy. I mean, I don't want to go into the whole business plan of this thing, but
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this like the doping tests. Let's not get into that side discussion,
Mm-hmm.
whatever we think of it, but it should be it should be kind of a watchdog organization that um, everyone who benefits from the auction can chip in. Such parties can involve the auction house, the seller, and possibly the brand involved. Um, and there should be random tests,
Well,
right?
the problem the
It can involve the cheapest watch on the curation on the auction. It can involve the biggest ticket item. It has to be something that is um, somewhat arbitrary, somewhat random, and something that instills at least some sort of fear into the hearts of people who are doing these sorts of forgery.
the trouble is like um trying to make sure there's a monetary incentive to to find out those true negatives, where they find the ones that are not true, because every person handling a forgery is incentivized to give it the tick. It's like the classic, counterfeit money thing. The only person it hurts is the person who says the buck stops here. And in the case of the forgery, it's another case where no party really wants to say this is what happened, and this is not the real deal. I guess insurance would be the only only party that may, how would it work? So if the insurance company was ensuring that none of their products, like they set up a policy where basically you get your money back, or you're made whole if the product ends up being false, being a fake. So the insurance company will collect their premium, but they're going to do actual work to make sure that their policy isn't claimed against by allowing things through. So they would have some monetary incentive, and for the premiums that they get, they could also stipulate like we get good access to these things before they go to auction. So insurance might be one way to have a party that's actually interested in trying to root out problems, but I don't know. I wouldn't hold much hope.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I mean, again, I am in many ways as skeptical, if not necessarily as cynical as you are about this situation. Um, because, I show sometimes, like I showed this watch, for example, intentionally to a friend who loves watches, but who doesn't know as much, and certainly is not interested in the arcane as we are, right? I mean, whatever, what if it is actually a patchwork of parts harvested from other watches. Of course, he didn't know at the time that it sold for more than 3 million, and that was like, 8 times more than the previous record and whatever. But without that context, people just say usually, what a pretty watch. It's
Right.
beautiful. It looks great. So on one level, of course, there is nothing fundamentally wrong with putting together a watch, especially if it's your own property, but changing one or two things that you consider to be more attractive. I mean, for example, the Southern California based dealer of watches, Eric Koo, who is one of the biggest collectors of Cartier and who collaborates with Justin Grunberg for Loop This, the online auction platform. His Royal Oak Jumbo 15202 actually has a dial from 1502, 5402, sorry, 5402, the original Jumbo. So because he liked the look of the vintage dial, he asked kindly, the Audemars Piguet service to put that dial into his watch. That's his watch now. And it also has the customized rotor that carries his initials. And, that's his watch. That's fine. But if, doing that is one thing, and, patching together a Franken watch to sell for exorbitant amounts of profit, that's another thing altogether. So on the one hand, you want to understand the charm that drives the pursuit of these kinds of patinated watches and extremely vintage collectible watches. On the other hand, you want to raise awareness about the kinds of different ways that goes into making these pieces. And I don't want to, again, I think someone told me, and I'm not going to disclose the details or the name, but that it looks like, the way that they're responding is going to basically take Phillips and Omega out of the picture and just throw these three people under the bus. And
Right.
when it was put like that, I'm completely on your side, because I feel, the brands benefit, the auction houses benefit, and the alleged ring of people who have conspired, of course, initially benefited. But
There was just far too much, how do I say, benefit going around, especially with Omega being the purchasing party. There was just so much to benefit. Now, it's not a literal wash trade, because I don't think that anyone's suggesting that the seller is Omega in any way, but it's very close to a wash trade where they've added all of the value to the piece, by basically certifying it. An employee gave them the serial code to help them complete the forgery and make it plausible, and then they purchased it. It's a very expensive wash trade that an ordinary party wouldn't do, but when brand value is involved, it's justifiable potentially, especially with the auction house and Omega, setting that new high watermark. It does help Omega probably more than the cost of what they paid for it, because you have to think there's a lot more watches out there than just this one, right? It's like to if they get like even like a 5% bump across the brand value on the vintage level, that would be astronomical compared to what they paid for this thing.
Well,
So it's not a conspiracy. All I'm saying is that is the level of monetary incentive involved. Now, they didn't have to do it with a fake, right? Now, so that sort of absolves Omega corporate's responsibility and sort of guilt with respect to the fake aspect, because they could have done a wash sale with almost anything. They could have overbid on almost anything they wanted to, right? But they didn't have to overbid on a fake. So I don't think that's what was happening. But you know what? Who knows? Like, as in, it doesn't actually matter that Omega, because this is not an end user, right, that was purchasing it. So would an end user have made a similar mistake and overlooked these same issues? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I mean, I if I've got the company's checkbook, you know, and the company just says just buy something and make it exorbitantly expensive, just so that we get a high watermark. You just don't really need that same level of diligence. You know what I mean?
no, you're absolutely right. But of course, it was in a way it was the perfect storm, right? That's why I wanted to bring up the story of my friend who said it's a beautiful watch, right? Nothing invested in it. He loves Speedmasters, but he doesn't know all this, autistic level of information about the particular case or about the different parts and elements that come together. And he said it was beautiful. If it weren't a particularly unique example of this tobacco brown patina that people sold to us as tropical dials for such a long time, if it didn't have that romanticism, if that wasn't combined with the idea that this was a very early example, which they then used to put that as a centerpiece of a watch that was supposedly period correct, that made it the watch to bid on for Omega in the first place, even before they had all this kind of information, or even before they had woken up to something else. Now, the funny thing is, there's a thread about this on the Omega forums now, where some of the people were saying, "Oh, now we know where the price increases were coming from." Someone has to pay for the $3 million Speedmaster.
I really wonder if the information about Omega going to bid for certain pieces, the intention to acquire certain pieces at new record highs, right? I mean, that kind of decision's made before even trying to find the example watch.
Of course.
I wonder if that was something that these forgers knew about beforehand. As in, let's make something that could plausibly get this kind of high watermark number. Because, I mean, you could forge anything, right? You could forge anything and make a few $100,000. You don't need to make millions on your forgery, you know what I mean? Like, you can fly under the radar a little bit, just a little bit.
And that's why I said, like, it's this case is exemplary, because this kind of thing goes on all the time. It's just the reason this is getting the exposure in NZZ in Switzerland is because it is a 3+ million watch that broke an absolute record for Omega. So yes, that it's like the gambler, no? It's like the gambling addict. You win, you win, you win, and you just don't get satisfied. So you sit on the table until you win
Yeah.
big, which ends up making you lose big, and which is that what happened to the forgers, to the alleged forgers, let's say, in this case.
I I I
I should say.
I speculate, just pure speculation. It has no, it's not an accusation. I really wonder if it wasn't just sickness, and it's more like the buyer of this is basically aloof. You know what I mean? We're talking. We'll get the Omega archive cert. Omega is not going to call out their own certified product. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm.
it's completely plausible that the loop is actually closed. That there isn't just a victim and a and a perpetrator. You know what I mean? It's like there's some mixed, not above board intentions incentivized through all of this. Now, I'm not saying that is their intention. I'm just saying there is incentive for each party involved, including Omega, that this should have flown. There's enough incentive for every party to have made this work.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I have nothing to add, and I think at least a couple of moments, between the two articles, this is exactly what the journalists were saying too. There's just no real incentive, and you have pointed this out earlier in the conversation too. There's just no real incentive for any of the involved parties, whether we are talking about sellers, auction houses, or the brands whose watches are sold uh, in the public auctions. There's no incentive for them to raise an alarm. There's no incentive for any of them to slow down the process or put the brakes on it or make the
Well,
uh,
there normally is one party.
rigorous.
There is normally one party, and that is the prospective buyer.
Yeah.
But in this case, the prospective buyer was Omega, so they actually didn't have a financial interest in making sure their purchase was sound.
Okay, the walls are closing in on me now.
Yeah.
The thing is that listen, in this case, um, I'm myself confused because
Mm.
there's conflicting information about who, what kind of actors were involved, if there were, within Omega's corporate body. They are themselves saying there were only 3 employees, which included the former head of brand heritage and museum director, but maybe more, maybe less. Who knows? Just speculation, of course, nothing else. But
Three's already a lot. That surprised me because it didn't require three to pull this off. My understanding, like the main key point was that serial number.
at least 2, because the idea is that the alleged conspiracy involves the fabrication of the serial number, which would be period correct, and then also someone inside the company who has enough pull to make the case that this watch is worth bidding on and at whatever cost necessary. That's why they are saying 3. Now we know it can be the person who gave the number, it can be the person they identified as the heritage director and the museum director, and it can be a third person, higher or lower than them. It can be more. We don't quite know. That the reason I brought that up is because the
Hmm.
conflicting information is about someone being told by the museum director, who is now former museum director, that he was allowed to make a bid up to 600,000. So the narrative was that Omega pulled out at 600,000. And then now we are hearing that Omega bought it. At that time, we had heard the person who bought the watch for more than 3 million francs didn't actually end up paying for it. So, was that true? If that's true, did they start going down in the list of bidders and reached Omega that way? Or is it the case that there was more than one person bidding on behalf of Omega? You see what I mean? It's getting very confusing.
Yeah,
And I'm
that's
not
very.
presenting that as a defense or even a sympathetic narrative at this point. So you're right. This is not only a simple case of seemingly of a brand trying to build a museum.
That's yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, with an auction, there's more than one bidder. It's yeah, yeah. That it is deeply, deeply, deeply troubling. I mean, what does it mean ultimately for someone like me? I'll not group other people into
Mm.
me, into me or not. I mean, I don't buy vintage watches. I probably would never buy a vintage watch at an auction. It's just too stratospheric. Typically, I think. I don't know. I mean, we do have like a lot of watches on that are sort of common for the grey market that you feature on at these auctions, but I don't really understand why people would go for these ones at auction. I mean, what's your opinion on that? Because I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, like
Um,
for example, Win Vintage. I'd rather buy something that goes through his hands than an auction house.
yeah, well, I mean, look again. That's a very interesting example, right? Because I agree with you completely, but let's not forget the fact that Eric Wind has become the kind of authority that he is and established the kind of trust that he has by doing two things. One, writing for Hodinky in an extremely studious and academic manner. Two, having worked in an auction house.
Mm-hmm.
So, uh, you know what I mean? The thing is the difficult to simply generalize.
Right.
Because of course
There is a chicken and egg problem there for sure.
the thing I want to say is, and this is probably the least detailed and too sociological of an explanation when it comes to the auction market. But I want to underline this because this probably would not come up mostly in these discussions. Auctions are social events.
Mhm.
Of course, there
Right.
are collectors' communities and meetings and whatever else where you can show off the watch you got from a dealer. But there's a particular satisfaction in going into a public auction and bidding on high ticket items and winning one. That must have a certain kind of high.
Right. Have you seen the documentary Sour Grapes on basically on wine auctions that were taking place and alleged forgeries of wines?
I haven't seen it, but I have been recommended it before. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So very similar story, like the incentive aspects there. There was someone who wants to ingratiate themselves in the community and stuff like that, and they just go out there and start bidding on the stuff, and they start hosting social events, and they start ingratiating themselves, get known as like a really big collector, and
Mm.
then they start listing their stuff at the auction houses, and the auction houses don't have that much. They don't really care ultimately, and they don't have the financial incentive. Let's just put it that way. They don't have the financial incentive to truly care, and yeah, just bad stuff. Bad stuff happens. This is the con game, you know. It's the word confidence, like, just comes to, that's what it's about. It's about establishing a certain level of trust and then using that trust to flog some fake shit.
I feel like I just found the documentary, by the way, on YouTube with free with ads. It says so. I'm certainly gonna
Okay.
watch there after the show.
It's
Um,
incredible, super incredible, fantastic guy, and the people who he duped. You've got people who say no, he's above board, and it's the same thing with all scams. There's a certain level of victim that will never admit that they got duped because it's just it's psychologically hard. It's not an intelligence thing. It's just people get into this state where it's either they double down on believing, or
right.
they take a step back and take the painful realization that reality is that they were probably participating in propping up a fraudster, and that's a hard one for people to accept for themselves.
I mean, also, I think in any kind of scam or confidence game, which we are not implying that watch auctions are, just as a note. Um, I think there are groups of people who actually get favorable treatment. So uh, it's not only people are who just can't bring themselves to to admit the fact that they were duped, but there are also people that any confidence man keeps close and keeps grooms in a certain way by giving them favorable treatment. So there are people who may have actually gotten some benefits from these kinds of people who will obviously not hate them in the same
Hmm.
way as people who were absolutely duped by him. Obviously, I don't know anything about this
Yeah,
particular.
it is interesting. I find it hard to understand what might be happening, say, at this high end of the watch world or whatever, because so many of the highest bidding things, it doesn't look like a social event. Like they've been called in, and the buyer's not disclosed and stuff like that. But in the case of Rudy, and what's shown in Sour Grapes is he would invite people from the community and like crack open like $10,000 bottles of
Community.
wine and share them around. So these people would drink, wine that was purportedly, $10,000, $20,000 or more, and there was a benefit in that. Like if you've got hors d'oeuvres, Aussie expat will show up. Okay, so so I I am easily influenced. So you go ahead and do it, but you won't. I'm not going to start flogging some vintage watches. Unfortunately, I don't have the expertise for that. So you might not need my my influence. But yeah, I mean, there is an incentive for people who are just surrounding, people who are wheeling and dealing, even if their stuff isn't real, because the fact that their stuff is real or fake is actually completely inconsequential to the relationship that they have if you're not the person buying directly off them.
Yeah.
I mean, we were even toyed with that idea that there's people in the community who have fake watches.
Right. I don't know. Some. Whew. Yeah. Yeah. There are those people, and I don't even know why. I don't even know why. Like, especially in this day and age, especially if you're involved with a community that pretends doing watch talk and pretends in trafficking some sort of knowledge. There's so many watch brands in this day and age that provide so much quality and so many options at every price point.
Hmm.
Why would you buy a watch that pretends to be something that it's not?
Right. Yeah.
Get
I
us.
talked to this to a layperson the other day that like there are some things that I would overlook if they're real or not real. Like that they don't concern me. But if it's something that I'm collecting, like there's to me a collection of fakes is a collection of fakes. It's not a collection of the real thing. There's no real point in a collection to me of having non-real things. It just
Yeah.
if you want to do the collection of fakes, you do the collection of fakes. That's fine, okay. But you know yourself, it's just a collection of fakes. Um, the real trick is that in for good or for bad, people don't know what these are for the most part.
Mm.
You know, just in general, like 99%, maybe greater. So what's the point of wearing a fake one? Because they don't, even if it was even the real one, no one gives a shit about anyway. So who are you wearing it for?
For their inner child, I guess,
Yeah.
who has always wanted one of those. Flat four, thank you so much for this super sticker, which gives me a cup of coffee. Maybe I should drink a cup of coffee and run a marathon until the morning. I don't know.
I was just browsing Wynn's page. Man, he's got a lot of Pateks up at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming. He's coming to Los Angeles next week. I'm really looking forward to seeing him.
Oh, cool. Oh, what the hell? He's got a Sprite. What's he doing? What's he dirtying his hands with these this modern watch over here?
Well, I'm not gonna go that far, but yes, he. I mean, look, I love the fact that his branding is Win Vintage, which, whether you like it or not, pulls him in a certain direction. But then again, he works with modern collectors, and today's collector slants heavily towards contemporary watches like this
Yeah.
brand new 6007, which they probably use to trade with him, because
Right.
they just got this piece through their Patek dealer. They try to sell it, or they try to trade it for a piece they want from Eric. So I'm not going to begrudge him for selling
Sure,
very
sure.
contemporary
Well,
stuff. But
look,
but
if
you're
you
right,
scroll
right?
down, you'll be able to find the
This is
Sprite.
this is what I want to see from him. The
Yeah.
anti-magnetic Calatrava 3417 or the 1543. But let's see where that.
Yeah, I just want to point out,
Oh yeah,
it's not a bad deal. So 25,000 puts it $3,000 above what they're trading on Moda. But if you look at his photos, this one is actually fully stickered, as best I can tell. Like if you look close, it's got the stickers on the sides and all that kind of stuff. And I'd trust him that this isn't just fake aftermarket stickers, and this isn't quote unquote unworn. It's like just
partially
every grey deal out there. Oh, it's unworn, unworn, unworn. It's like,
partially
well,
sticker.
the stickers are gone. So what? I'm supposed to just claim it's unworn? How many scratches before it's worn? 2, 3, 4, 10, 20. Oh,
Scratches,
they're just handling scratches. That's still
yeah,
unworn. It's like, come on,
scratching
I'm not
doesn't
paying for
count.
that.
It has to be a full dent, or ding. Otherwise, it's unworn.
Yeah,
Um,
it's still slider. It's still a slider. Yeah.
oh,
So
wow.
hey, the
That's
25, I think that's reasonable, and I imagine it might be possible to ask for a little bit of money off. I'd say that's pretty fair if all you wanted to do was buy a watch and put it straight in the safe. Which
look
up to you
look
if
at
you're
that
into that.
look at that bakelite bezel. Looks so good.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing. Man, he's
I
got a
mean,
lot more inventory than the last time I checked.
you see, you I kind of lost hope because you admitted on a live stream that you did say you are colorblind, right? I'm not making things up.
Yeah, I am colorblind, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah.
But you were my only ally basically in this space, raging against the new Pepsi. But you see, like, right next to each other,
Yeah.
like you see how this looks a certain way and how this modern ceramic Cerachrome bezel looks. It's just not right. It doesn't.
Right.
It's like purple.
Well, in real life, so I went to this event here in Vegas on Thursday. Wonderful event, lots of watch people, and two gentlemen were standing next to each other, and they were roughly our age range. So we went up to start talking to them because everyone else is like super old. Um, just like, that's just how money works. That's just how money works, and we just wanted to talk to some younger people, and I thought he was wearing the black, and then I looked over and there's you got the black on as well, and I was like, that's a little bit odd considering the black is actually not a very common watch. Full stop. Like in the grand scheme of things, it's been discontinued for a long time, and I don't think it was that popular when it was out. And then it would be weird for someone to be wearing that if they had multiple watches, which they presumably do. Anyway, they were both Pepsis. I just could not tell.
Mm.
Like I went like I had to look really close. I'm like, oh, there is a little bit of color there. Okay. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been speculating on Discord like maybe I should get a Pepsi and like that experience of like actually seeing it in person. Every single time I see the modern Pepsi in person, it absolves me of all interest in that watch. Every time.
Yeah, I'm not a fan at all. I'm not impressed. I wasn't impressed in pictures. I was even more put off in real life. But yeah, I mean that's just me. Yeah. Eric has
Yeah.
has some great inventory.
Yeah, they're looking great, and he's really stepped it up. Like the quality of his photos are just like incredible. Very very cool.
Oh, look at that. Ultraman. It's so funny. I mean, again, I think this is a good way to loop back in. It's so funny how much difference that a stupid chronograph seconds hand can make. And of course,
Mm,
then people go into all sorts of lengths to doctor certain parts and, like, establish false provenance to sell a watch like something it's not, because it's four, five, six, or more times what it could be.
mm. I linked the Mad editions, the Mad one. Is the red the cheaper one? Is that what
The red is
this
the more
is?
common one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because like 7,900, I was like, that's pretty affordable. But I know they had a more affordable edition of this watch, and is that what this is?
Yeah, I think the blue that they released was like a friends and family thing. I think
Hmm.
that was even more limited in, I think, in number. Again, not a watch that I've followed very closely in terms of how it was released. I know there's also a salmon dial kind of version, which was made for GMT watches in Italy, which has had this very long-standing relationship with Maximilian Busse ever since he was working for Jaeger-LeCoultre or something. So he wanted to do something special for them.
Hmm.
Uh, this was the Milano edition, like this. This is the rarest.
Oh man, Wynn's got a couple of 1016s.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're itching to get a watch, huh?
Ah, these are beautiful. They're really beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about like what trash I should buy next. Fucking, I even started contemplating getting an Omega Ed White. I don't know.
Hey, that that actually sounds kind of Yeah, the Ed White always sounded interesting to me. I love the 321 to begin with. I
I,
love the case that goes with it in the Ed White edition.
yeah, yeah. To me, the case looks incredible, and then the bezel. It it's really really the ultimate moonwatch. You know what I mean? Like it's right there to the nth degree. And in terms of form, I certainly like it better. Like I really have grown to dislike the crown guards on my moonwatch. Like if I have to manual wind it, don't make it so hard.
That's true. Yeah. Well, they have evolved, as you know. So, um, but yeah, I think 321 was a great decision for Omega, and I'm glad they ultimately made it available in stainless steel, but it's not so available after all. Um, and I know
Yeah.
they have a decent excuse for it in the sense that these are actually assembled in a separate workshop, which happens to be in Switzerland and not elsewhere in the world.
Hmm.
Just kidding. Um, no, I mean, the funny thing is about this story. Even I was cracking myself up when I was trying to report on it because the winning bid was from China, and it turns out the buyer of the watch was Omega, and I'm like, did you need any further proof?
That's hilarious. Uh,
Yeah, that's a good point to flat four. But that's a Meech like comment.
yeah,
Flat.
where's the screw down crown? Um, that is an interesting point. Like, is it much less water resistant than my regular moon watch? I don't know.
I
Because
mean,
the current one's METAS certified, which I do value. I wonder if the Ed White is METAS certified.
in the sense that are you talking about from a utilitarian perspective or from the spec sheet specifically for the water resistance?
Um, what I mean is like just in reality, can I get it wet without there being trouble? I'm not going to swim in it. I'm not going to submerge it, but I would prefer if like I wasn't stressing about washing my hands or something like that, or when I go to clean it, that I can just spritz it and go at it with a brush. That
Well,
it's not
I
really a
think
problem.
they're both 5 bars. They're both 50 meters. I think there's no difference between 321 and the classic Speedmaster Moonwatch.
Right, but the new Speedmaster, the 3861, is a METAS certified 50, which means they actually test it before it leaves the factory. They test the water resistance rating. They'll put it to 5 bar. They go a little bit further actually. And then they do the whole, trying to see if there's condensation under the glass type thing after dropping, ice water on top of. So a METAS certified 50 in my book is a much higher bar than just we think it's 50.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to contest that. But again, for daily use, how much does it really matter? That's another perspective. But of course, the tests are important. I don't think they don't mean anything. Don't take me wrong. But
Mm-hmm.
um, I'm not sure if it goes through Meta certification actually,
Yeah, I'm
because
just
it's not always the case. Sometimes these brands would have something more boutique, or boutique brands have products that just they don't want to certify it because they think it's unnecessary, because they
mm-hmm.
think it's above it.
Or they'll break the movement in the process. They lose about 1%. It's like
Yeah,
Yeah,
three, two,
very
one.
interesting. I don't know. I don't know. You know me. I'm not the hugest fan of Omega, but with the 321 movement, I think they probably did make that in Switzerland. They probably did. It's probably greater than 50%.
Price says bought my 1967 321 in 2019, and it was and remains my grail, even if it's not the most expensive piece. Yeah, the look, I mean,
Wow.
the, on the vintage market, if you can find the piece that you want, they are not too expensive, the 321s.
Yeah, you can get them cheaper than 14K.
Yeah,
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah,
yeah, but you're also getting a watch, from the 60s. Not everyone is into that. We are. Uh,
Hmm.
Greg Saga. Hey, well, hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already, please, and thank you. But good morning to Europe. Been looking at the yellow dial line sport from Jean. Love it or hate it. Great show. I'm kind of in the middle, Greg. Um, I like Jean's watches, even though I have never been really dying to get one of any kind. And within that hierarchy, line sport is not necessarily my favorite, but I do like the fact that Jean has a separate line of watches that have a different approach, not only just a different dial color or a slightly bigger case or something, but using different materials, different kind of um, almost a different philosophy that guides the design and the making of the watch. So I appreciate the Line Sport series for that reason. They are extremely light watches, um, like unbelievably so. And I kind of like it for that because a lot of people who look into luxury watches in year 2023 want something chunky, want something hefty. They want to feel the weight. And it's kind of Aussie likes ranking these with IQ levels, but getting a line getting a line sport watch where everyone goes for precious metal Rolex to flex is like a 140 IQ move. So I approve, Greg. With my own little IQ, I approve and admire your intelligence in choosing a yellow dial line sport.
Should I get a Patek?
No, please don't. And
Don't get a
no,
Patek.
no, no, no code,
I
no code 1159s either.
well, yeah, I'm not. That's yeah. I'm definitely not gonna do the codes, but
No, to
I
me,
don't I think I've got a potentially good contact at Patek and AP. I don't know how that's going to progress at all
look,
to
the
zero.
reason I'm trying to be funny in my own incompetent way, but the reason I said no outright is because I don't understand the question.
Oh, as in
What
like
are you?
I
What
want
are you?
something special, more special than what I've got.
But unless you have already zoomed in to a model that you consider to be special for you, I don't like
Right,
saying like that getting a Patek is automatically an upgrade or something.
right,
I don't care. I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
better watch that you like and that you consider to be a great addition for your collection from Patek.
Right, yeah. I don't even know. I mean, I talked to my AD today, and I said like, I honestly don't have any clue. Just like she was telling me, you go in there, you tell them you want this,
Uh,
or at most like another one, but just just laser focus out. I'm like, no, I don't know. I don't like. I'm not gonna shotgun them because I don't know a single model that I genuinely want. I'd like them to educate me a little bit. Just so I could see something and do I like it and stuff like that. Like, let's just get some baseline motivations going, and then we'll worry about whether or not I want to ask for one and seek it. We'll see. I don't know. I gotta. I don't know. It's The game's hard, man. It's like
You know
if
what?
you're going like if you're not just laser focusing on a single watch already, it
Right.
is just so wild.
What what kind of piece? Let's look at it like that. If Patek had such and such chronograph, let's say, or what are you looking for that Patek might provide you, even if you're not entirely familiar with the catalog? Are you looking for a hand-wound chronograph, something that looks more like a classic dress piece, whether it's time only or not, something that cuts the difference between splits the difference between sports and dress?
I think overall, just looking at my wardrobe lifestyle and even the fanciest event that I possibly go to, it still should be sports. And I'm not like doing tick box collecting where I go, oh, I got to have a dress watch now. Like it has to be dress watch, you know. So it's gonna be to me it should be sports. In terms of choice of metal, because this is like I'm intentionally trying to go higher. It probably doesn't matter what metal it is. If I can get special in steel, that would be my preference.
Hmm.
Like it just the fact that it goes, you know, to precious metal would not be necessarily better. Uh, Number two, I'd like it to be in its in a normal size for the model,
Yeah.
but still actually fit my wrist. As in, I don't. I'd prefer not to have a compromise watch because that's the one that works for me. You know what I mean? I do think that watches have their own size that they're ideal in, and I prefer
Yeah.
not to compromise.
No, I understand that completely because I do actually love Panerai as a design from a distance. But the actual Panerai cases don't fit me, and I'm not going to get a 40 millimeter
Right.
Panerai. You know, if I want
Exactly.
a cushion cased watch in those dimensions, there are so many other ways I can go. Panerai is supposed to be butch, big. You know,
Exactly.
that's what it's supposed to be. I understand that logic completely. Look, I mean, the answer to your question is actually extremely simple, but also incredibly difficult because of how the hype is around certain Patek models. You are a, let's face it, you're an Aquanaut guy.
Mm-hmm.
Aquanaut, stainless steel, you know, time and date 5167A. That's your watch. That fits you. Like if you didn't have any other watches and you wanted one watch,
Mm-hmm.
even if you didn't have a full blown Rolex collection, I would actually wholeheartedly recommend you that watch, anyways. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, we live in a different world where there is, you know, this whole concept of the hype, and especially around each and every Nautilus and Aquanaut. But something like that, or the Aquanaut travel time, for example,
Mm-hmm.
5164A, those two would be perfect for you. But to get one of those as a first purchase,
Yeah. Yeah. um, yeah. Yeah, I get it. We'll see. Like, it's just one of those things. The, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be tricky. That being said, the watch has to go to someone at some point.
yeah,
So who knows?
but the Patek dealer doesn't have the kind of situation or closing, etc., that you experience with some other dealers. You know, the boutique opening late, or no? Does it have?
What do you mean?
I mean, in the sense like, you know, you have your AD, for example, still that still hasn't opened its boutique, and you're waiting
Oh
for it.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, my main AD, yeah, they apparently sometime next week maybe.
And you had another dealer who was closing or losing its dealership that got you a path into a watch, but that's not really the case with the Patek 80 that you're establishing a relationship with.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is yeah, part of a group that I've already got a tiny amount of purchase history with, and ultimately very good rapport with. So, how much does like a minuscule amount of purchase history and very good rapport get you? I don't know. I'd bet on that better. I'd bet on that more than extensive purchase history and very little rapport any day of the week. Like I'd exchange that around, because right now I feel like with my main AD, I'm in that situation. Super extensive purchase history, but no rapport, because I've got a brand new SA, and if the store closed, I can't build the relationship. Like, I'm not going to do that over text while they're literally not working. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
It's very hard to establish a rapport when you can't actually, communicate with them. So that's my situation right now. I feel very, very vulnerable on that one. Like I really do just want, because I've met them once in like 3 months, maybe more. This person, it's not really a good relationship, and it's not getting better until that store actually opens.
Yeah, it's an interesting juncture for you, with the older SA who retired or who moved on at least from this job, and yeah, with the store, you know, closing the pop up and not opening the permanent location yet.
It looks gorgeous though. I mean, they've taken down the renovation facade, so you can actually literally see the store front now, and it's incredible looking, absolutely incredible. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully next week I get to have a look inside. I
So
don't know how much it's worth though. I mean, I'm thinking I'm not going to try push them for anything other than a Platona, and anything in the way is just really a distraction. As in, like, if I end up purchasing, a Rolex or something like that, it would hurt my chances of actually getting the Platona when they start shipping. Who knows when that happens. I also had a little bit of a nightmare just before. Like, I actually tried to go to sleep a little earlier, but I woke up about an hour, and I saw you were on. I had a nightmare. I ended up
are you serious? I'm
purchasing.
laughing, but you had an actual nightmare.
Yeah, I was like, oh, whoa, what the fuck am I doing? In my nightmare, I had purchased a Rolex Daytona in platinum. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? This thing, this thing's like $85,000. What the hell am I doing?
Well, I mean,
I
look,
just got a watch. All I
that,
got out of it was a watch. I paid $84,000 just a watch.
that's a perfectly reasonable question, Ozzy. I mean, when I speak, in these monologues, maybe I feel, maybe I am an enabler in so many ways. But when we have these conversations, I'm the least pushy person when it comes to guiding people to new watch purchases. I think, it's always a good question to start with. Like, what do I need this for? Do I really need it? Do I
Right.
need another watch?
Exactly. Because I'm really hunting. You know what I mean? Like, Platona wasn't my first choice, and now I'm looking at Patek, and I'm looking at these things like, man, do I really need to put out 50 plus to get the next thing? I don't know. I'm pretty happy with what I've got, so it's not really. So at this watch event, right? This party, which is, the group is mostly watches. They've only got like two jewelers, and then like basically every brand under the sun. My wife and I had the best watches. Like, it's really that simple. She had the full gold Daytona. I had the Panda. There were a few Pandas floating around, and there was one other lady that had a full gold Daytona. But as a pair, no one had a better set of watches than us, or even arguably individually. No one had, no one was rocking like Pateks and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it was, I told Lena, like, why do you, because Lena was asking about getting, I forgot what it was, but I'm like, you don't you don't need better than what we had. We just went to a dedicated watch event, and we
Mm.
had the best watches. So you're not like, we don't have the best watches when the watch community rolls around in October. Then you start seeing like really really crazy stuff. Like ceramic octafinissimos and Breguets and Beauvais and a lot of these brands that are just you know they're very difficult for us to get into for a few different reasons, and they're clearly like the watches of a true connoisseur, you know. And I know, like, in those situations, like this mass produced stuff isn't that interesting. But that's such a rare situation to base your purchases based on when you're around hardcore watch enthusiasts,
Yeah.
whether or not your watch is like at that next level or not. Like the further, not ironically at all, the more you want to get into that sort of like stratospheric stuff, it's just completely unlikely that any normal person will have any idea what the hell you're talking about or anything like that, even slightly.
Again, there's the inverse side of that, which you have just basically explained by saying when you're among the watch people, you see all these other ways of being a great watch. That
Yes,
the more you know, actually, the more the more you get the galaxy mind, where sometimes you meet collectors who have more good things to say about the your your vintage watch that you got the best deal of, right?
exactly.
When I wear the Mania chronograph, for example, which is dime size and which I got for dirt cheap. um if someone sees it who knows what it is, I get like I get absolute street cred suddenly, which I never through any other skill I had ever enjoyed. Not even close. So sometimes it
100%.
works exactly like that. The less you know, the less the better you feel probably about your collection, and the less people notice. The more you know, and the more you get involved in more kind of circle of anoraks, so to speak. People who have just this sort of fixation on all kinds of nerdy detail. Sometimes it's the vintage Seiko that impresses people the most. You never know.
Right, right. Yeah, it comes down to, like, as a watch person, who are you more likely to have a good conversation with? The person who's got like the bullhead Seiko, or the guy who's wearing the Daytona. It could go either way. On average, it's probably the guy who made that custom Seiko. There's something interesting there, something you don't know. So it's a very weird. I find that I have to. We should remind ourselves to catch ourselves when we're just trying to impress like the community that almost doesn't exist.
Almost.
It almost doesn't exist. It does exist, but like in terms of numbers, it almost doesn't exist.
Sure. I mean, look, you would be in terms of sheer numbers, with in YouTube especially, we are very small. And I'm not even talking about my very humble channel, my very minuscule channel, my bonsai channel, but overall also,
Yeah.
you have what you have Leonard, Nico Leonard, who has more than 1 million. You have Teddy Baldassar, who has more than 500K. And the rest is, in the bigger picture, completely negligible. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. Baldassar is interesting because he actually has great videos, and he actually does span a lot of brands. So he didn't get it just by doing like a Rolex video every week, you know. So which is quite hard. Um, like you just don't get much traffic on videos that aren't just saying Rolex. It's really that that simple.
Yeah.
And so he's amassed a pretty good audience for people who are interested in a lot of different watches, which is quite difficult to do. So it's very commendable. Um,
And he has a
there
great
is a,
business model too, because he actually sells a lot of those brands that he presents as well. He's literally an authorized dealer for
right. I did talk to my wife about that kind of situation though. That I don't know, but pumping anything other than Rolex is also something I don't feel that comfortable about. Like just as personal advice for someone looking at getting a luxury watch, I try my best to push them to like don't compromise on this. It's your only chance to get out alive. As in,
look.
if you get an entry, you compromise on something, you do something entry level, you've now entered watch collecting, and that's going to cost you way more money than just doing like I got this really awesome one watch that I wanted. I just wanted it. I paid, double retail for this, GMT or something. I like just do that. Just do that. Don't get into watch collecting.
No, look. I mean, I think this can be a good way also of circling back to the beginning of our conversation and kind of understanding our own complicity as watch YouTubers. And again, I'm not going to self-flagellate too much. Again, combine our two channels, we barely skip over 2,000, so let's not get carried away too much. But all of that being said, there is, of course, a certain investment we have in people amassing watches, in people building collections, in people buying more and more watches. On the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, if I were advising someone who wants to get into watches and who have nice sum of money, I would really want to direct them more or less, exactly like you said, to buy the best watch that they could with that budget, that would satisfy their urge, that would hit the right spot for them, that fits their lifestyle, that fits their style, and hope that actually takes care of that desire and aspiration. I
Yeah.
think that is actually the best solution for that individual. On the other hand, I also have to recognize I stand to benefit from getting that person hooked and contributing to the community for years and years to come. Of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the moment I'm helping someone acquire their first piece, and I said like they were like really jumping into like investment side and like how to get it and ADs and stuff like that. And I'm like, hey, just slow down. You don't you haven't seen enough of these to really know what you even want yet. So let's just worry about what you really really want. Let's try and look at a few watches and understand like the situations you might want to wear them, what fits you, and all that kind of stuff. And worry about the execution part later. Don't look at the execution then figure out what you want to get. You know.
Yeah.
I was watching an old Watch Eric video. The old
Who was that?
CRM. He used to do the CRM Jewelers videos. He's in
Oh,
Miami.
right.
And he had a funny video, which was just AP versus Patek. It's like a few years old.
Okay.
And he compared the like a few different facets, but one of them was like the brand and like how well known they are. And he rated Patek like way above AP in terms of like people knowing the brand and stuff like that. And he compared it in the same sense of like, well, a lot of everyone knows Rolex, but then the next one would be like, oh, it's a Patek. Oh wow, you know that like it's like number two in terms of well known. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I was like, nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. You utter the syllables Patek Philippe. Like, they've got no friggin' idea what that is.
It's
I certainly didn't,
it's
you know.
actually a very recent phenomenon, I would say. Like, for a 3 year old video to argue that with a full chest is a little ridiculous. You might say that among col- among collectors, maybe, but even then, you have crazier collectors who, because they respect the tradition of the valley over Geneva, so to speak, would
Mm-hmm.
say, "Oh, what are you talking about? AP, they're ultra thin watches, and they're like, ultra ultra rare, complicated pieces from the 20s. Don't even get to the Royal Oak. It shits all over, etc." You would have collectors like this as well. So
Mm-hmm.
it's only in the last maybe 4 or 5 years that Patek has any mainstream recognizability whatsoever.
I
And in
think
the
so.
last 3 years, it took like a meteoric rise. So now maybe you can actually say that Patek is maybe slightly more recognizable than AP, but even then, I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
because AP has overtaken Patek in terms of revenue, for example, in terms of the numbers.
Right. It's definitely interesting. Like, I mean, to compare Patek and AP to Rolex in terms of recognition, that just seems like um, comparing, you know, a sports car to the space shuttle. Like, I don't, like, I don't imagine anyone who doesn't already own a luxury watch to know that Patek or Audemars Piguet even exist. Just full stop. It just doesn't even exist. And I would expect that like 99% of Rolex owners don't know that Patek exists. And so to argue about which one is higher, has more recognition, is like that's hard. Like that's hard to justify. But that being said, once you're within watch collecting groups, AP versus Patek, just in terms of brand recognition and respect, I think it goes to Patek, but not by much.
No, I think it's head to head. Honestly,
Yeah.
the only thing that people would tell you as a knee jerk reaction is AP is a one watch brand. This is something people have memorized, and they will spit that out at you immediately. But the shit. I mean, look, you can always look at the numbers to tell at least part of the story. If AP has overtaken Patek in the last few years, whereas Patek was actually above them, and compared that to the mainstream recognition that Patek started enjoying in the last few years, now you have a better sense. Again, I think I wouldn't contest that Patek perhaps receives and potentially maybe deserves a little more respect from the average collector. Um, but I think they're not above AP by a whole notch in terms of
Hmm.
the larger amount of respect and recognition they receive from the general public.
Yeah. Yeah. At the general public level, it's like it basically doesn't exist. That's what I expect. Because I mean, general public doesn't generally recognize like how much a Rolex would cost. Never looked it up. Don't even understand even the ballpark.
Yeah.
And that's for the most recognized brand, the most popular brand, full stop. They won't, like, most people just don't understand what they would be getting into if they wanted one.
Yeah, and most people are also extremely surprised because, again, not because they don't have that kind of money, not because they don't spend that kind of money, because, arguably, again, it's not my position to judge. I really genuinely don't care, but arguably they spend that kind of money on things that are even more vain. But they are not used to watches costing tens of thousands, or maybe six figures. It's just not an idea for most people whether they have the money or not.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Flat Four has a good one here. It's a cultural and geographic thing. Many cultures value one brand over another. Yeah, you get almost an instant uh, bump in credibility if you're wearing an Omega with a Chinese person, for example. If they're actually coming from mainland China, the brand just has incredible. I wasn't trying to be funny. Shut up.
It's a domestic pride thing. Is that what's
Well, I mean,
oh,
the premier was wearing an Omega Constellation for
wow.
God knows how long. So the brand has that sort of, you know. You're bad, man.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, I mean, not that Patek does not, but Rolex, for example, has just better street cred in Italy than Patek, by and large.
Oh, wow.
Um, yeah,
Interesting.
I mean, it's not necessarily to make a rational argument that Rolex is better than Patek, but
No.
Rolex kind of hits a note with a lot of Italians of a certain generation. Now, maybe people in their 20s and teens may have other aspirations, but I mean, it wasn't a coincidence, um, that Rolex appointed Gianriccardo Marini as their CEO when, um, I think he was the fourth. He was the fourth. He basically replaced Bruno Maya, who was, I think, rather temporary, anyways, when Heiniger left, Patrick Heiniger left, and the yeah, he was basically the Italian head, like head of the Italian branch since the turn of the century, and then became the Rolex CEO in 2011. And I don't think that was a coincidence, because Italy was, for the longest time, one of the biggest markets, and certainly disproportionately big for Rolex. But then again, now I think back, and Italians were basically the only people who collected Nautiluses 10 years ago.
Right. I remember distinctly in Miami Vice, the police chief was wearing a Nautilus.
Was he an Italian American?
I don't know. I think so, but I know the show itself, like production design, they were directly, explicitly looking at Italian fashion for the making of that show. So I just felt that watch is good, I guess, for the police chief, who isn't apparently on the take.
Sergio Leone, the famous director of most markedly, of course, the spaghetti westerns with Clint Eastwood.
My favorite genre.
The Man with No Name series specifically.
And
He had a Nautilus for a long time.
awesome.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think Flat Four, that's an important thing. Then again, yeah, again, Italy and Germany, I think, was the biggest market before the Asian market really opened for Audemars Piguet, for the Royal Oak, and even for Royal Oak Offshore. I think, Royal Oak Offshore is nowadays understood as a very American thing, but initially, apparently, they were selling a lot in Italy and Germany. Not a lot, but relatively speaking, most of their Royal Oak Offshores in Italy and Germany.
Oh, they tried to sell me an offshore, or at
Yeah,
least get me to ask for one. It surprises me that the offshore is that weak, actually, because I mean, for most people, I think a lot of men would like that watch, full stop. Like just straight up love it. They're like most. I think most people still love like really big watches, and compared to quote unquote big watches at the low end of the scale, the offshore is big, but it's not crazy. Well, some of them are, but they're not all crazy.
honestly, I actually wouldn't mind, if I had a bigger wrist, I wouldn't mind this offshore that just came out. Um, the re-edition of the End of Days.
Hmm. Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Yeah, so there were a lot of tie-ins with movies in that era with AP. I don't know if they're doing it still, but that's really, really cool.
yeah. So that's the original, and this is the re-edition.
So there's a scene in Terminator 3 where they, I can't remember who it was. I think Arnie. Yeah, Arnie is back as the Terminator in Terminator 3, and he goes to steal like this broken down, tiny little pickup truck. And to to start it up, it's clearly the same Terminator from Terminator 2 because he remembers to check the the fold down mirror instead of just trying to go straight for the hot wire to see if the keys are there. And when he brings down the mirror, there's a Royal Oak strapped to the mirror of this pickup truck. It's like, what the hell? Like I don't know if AP are really that pleased with that sponsorship if the watch shows up as if it's just
Well,
it's not even a poor person's beater.
I can rehearse you the entire story. The current CEO actually talks about how they came up with that whole thing, and apparently, well, I mean, he wanted a big watch, he wanted a black watch,
Hmm.
etc. But then when it was first integrated to the movie, the watch actually, he basically finds the watch while he is looking for the key, looks at it, and throws it away. Looks at it, synchronizes the time, throws it away. And they had to say, like, you can't do that. Like
You
that,
can't throw a
that's
watch
not a good
away.
that's not a good advertisement for our what are you talking about? So the compromise they came up with, because admittedly, you know, Terminator wearing an actual mechanical watch would be just a stupid concept. Is
Yes.
the what they get the watch, it basically says, say, what does the computer say? It says, like, basically correct time, which is a
Hmm.
great advertisement, right? Saying, like, this is the reference time which AP shows. That's good. And then he puts it, next to the compartment or something. I think, I
Hmm.
don't remember exactly how the scene unfolds, but maybe to the passenger seat or something like that, and basically discards the watch that way rather than chucking it out of the window, which is certainly not good advertisement.
Okay, okay. So I just watched the scene very quickly then. They don't actually show you what he does with the watch. So he pulls it down. It falls in his hand. So you got the full the POV shot. He's looking at the AP to check the time, and then the next shot, it's just disappeared. but it literally just falls down from the folding piece. What the hell? That's awesome. But I do like the crew's first instinct that a Terminator would just throw it away. Like that's very Terminator, you know. He
Yeah.
doesn't care about human shit, you know what I mean? He would actually just throw it away. Like in Terminator 2, he's got the minigun and he's like, and then as soon as it runs out of ammo, he just drops it straight on the ground. Which apparently the armorer who owned that minigun was furious about when he saw the movie that they dropped his minigun, because they actually did drop it. It's like $100,000 gun, I think. No way. Geez, 100,000. That sounds cheap in
Well, I mean,
today's landscape.
the budgets for movies have exponentially risen, but at that time too, they spent a lot of money for.
Sure, but
for
the movie production rents these guns. They don't purchase them, so this still has an owner.
Oh my! I mean, dude, I live in Los Angeles. You know, I know the kinds of things they do. You know, the worst thing that people here who are in the luxury business hate is, like, you know, you'll always have someone who is kind of incognito but really doing shopping for wardrobe work only to try to return it, you know, and basically, you know, use
Designer stuff for a movie, yeah.
Yeah, for absolutely free, and then return it, you know? Or even, you know, they might be actually a stylist, you know, and they would buy a whole wardrobe and just pick one or two pieces out of the 2 dozen and return the rest. Because their clients didn't want to go with most of anything they have chosen, right? So it's a very wasteful industry, and it has very little respect also with what it absorbs into its own body. It will just skip the rest. So I guess the Terminator is actually a great allegory for Hollywood overall.
I want to just throw the screenshot of the Terminator looking at the AP.
Please.
Stars wearing watches. Let's do it in that one. And he's got for some reason it does some sort of analysis.
Yeah, that's the time synchronization. I think that's the whole supposed, you know, purpose of that.
Yeah, and there we go. That's the link.
Yes, accurate. That's
accurate.
It.
Accurate.
Yeah.
I like how it's like
shows the accurate time. That's what it is.
Oh, accurate. Quite a few other things flash up and stuff like that. But
the funny thing is, of course, the date is not set correctly. This says 10:31. This is 8. So it's not accurate, actually.
Oh, really? Is that true? Okay, hold on. What time is it supposed to be set? Analysis accurate. So 12:24. So the date's definitely wrong.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. What are these other? I gotta slow this down. I gotta slow it down because it shows up a lot of other stuff. But man, it's quick. Okay, he catches it. Okay, scan mode clock. Yearly analysis. Internal clock. Start year, end year. Oh, wow. That's pretty funny. So his start year is 2033, but end year is 2003. Time 0467. 1800 hours. So he's saying 6 p.m. Day 2309. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if the time, anything on screen actually lines up. I think the time on the watch is actually plausible for the point in the movie because he just walked out of a strip bar.
Well, you know, one thing to be fair, um, the way they paid attention to certain details in a movie 20 years ago is very different than now, and even now there are all sorts of inconsistencies, etc. Because how many people had the chance to freeze frame and scrutinize in this way movies in 2003?
Right. That
Not,
being
not,
said, I still remember looking at this scene, not when I first saw it for sure, but like once I knew a little bit about watches, it was like this was a very weird thing to see that that a Swiss watch was in this pickup truck, just willy nilly put in the sunshade.
I guess even that is an interesting, you know, advertisement for AP, because offshore really that did have that sort of, well, at least intended to have that kind of effect of being perhaps more of an everyman's watch than the ultra luxury, fine, thin watches that AP was known for, even with the Royal Oak. So,
Mm.
um,
It is notable that literally every character in Terminator 3 does have an AP on,
yeah,
like
no, no,
the
that's a very,
general and
that's a very specific kind of placement. And nowadays they have the collaboration with Marvel, of course. So they make, you know, they made a Black Panther watch, which was actually kind of cool. The Spider-Man watch literally looks like it came out of a Happy Meal box. But you know, they do have that sort of collaboration nowadays.
did do APs make any appearances in the movies?
Um, in the Black Panther, actually, this the Wakanda Forever one I didn't watch, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The first one it didn't.
Yeah.
But I think the agreement was reached after the first one was
Mm-hmm.
released to begin with. Um,
I
when
don't
it
I,
comes to
I don't
Spider-Man,
think an AP would really fit in the Spider-Man universe. You got like this high school kid just happens to have an AP on or something.
quite honestly, it's that watch. I think you haven't seen it. I mean, it doesn't fit anywhere. Anyways, let
Oh,
me.
the concept? No, no. I mean, that would be really silly. That would be like James Bond wearing a watch that says 007 on the second hand. I think this is much better than the Black Panther one.
Yeah,
Like, look, it looks less awkward.
I don't know. I kind of like the Black Panther one, at least how it looks. I would. I'm just not with it when it comes to the Royal Oak concept overall. But
Mm-hmm. Oh, did they disappear the Black Panther?
yeah, at least from the website, I think it's not.
Huh, interesting. I should ask for this. Sell me that.
You would be surprised.
I think these are very, very limited. What, the concept turbo and it's like 200 pieces or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think in either case it's limited by production, but I believe the one that has the black suit,
That was a
uh,
one of one, wasn't it?
is it? I thought it was. No, I think it's just
Oh, okay.
price by request kind of thing. The but maybe, yeah, this is limited edition of 250. Is it one of one, the black suit one?
Well, it was sold at auction, like they did the Panther,
Ah,
where they did the auction. I'm not certain that it is or is not one on one. I mind this because the auctioned one for the Black Panther was a one of one, is my understanding.
yeah, that's true.
So I can't imagine someone paid millions for the Spider-Man one if it wasn't a one of one. I'm so glad that CEO is going. I'm so glad.
Yeah, I think,
Counting the days.
honestly, it can't get worse. I think they have actually, I know people will rail on me just for saying this, but it's okay. I like seeing different kinds of people in leadership positions, period. Um, we have had enough investment bankers and lawyers, and again, nothing against them, but we had forever, you know, male investment bankers and lawyers in these positions. So
Mm-hmm.
with AP now, you have Ilaria Resta as the incoming CEO, who has had nothing to do with the watch industry, yes, but worked, in the luxury industry in other capacities, and she has extensive experience in building global brands out of nowhere. So that should be interesting, and see what she does with the AP brand, which, as we have just talked about in Terminator, has this strange crossover potential. It doesn't make sense, yet it did, because AP became more and more popular with the offshore taking off in its association with Schwarzenegger and some other figures, with the Royal Oak taking off in earnest in a mainstream way since its 40th anniversary, so on and so forth. So I'm very interested how someone from outside of the watch industry will approach it, but I'm more interested in um, Anne-Gaëlle Quinet, who is the director of complications and who just arrived through Patek. She used to work for Breguet before as well, an actual trained watchmaker who worked for years in after sales service, and then um, worked in a marketing sales kind of position that actually specialized on presenting complicated watches to both the brand's representatives and to the end customer. So I'm interested in seeing an AP brand that has a lot of interesting women in leadership positions. I mean, I think that's a different thing, and let's see what it comes up with.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think change is good overall. Not change
Mm-hmm.
for change's sake, but if you make change with the right people who have the right background, I mean, Kine has almost 3 decades of experience in the horological industry. So, what better person to assume that sort of position in a brand like AP? I was
Mm-hmm.
very excited. So
Yeah, we'll see. I hope they kill off code.
that would be such a slap on the face of the outgoing CEO if one of the
and
first things.
then fire sale them. Just MSRP half.
That would be sad. I think overall, in this age of global recognizability, even if they would have wanted to, they wouldn't do something like that. They wouldn't want to fire sale anything, even if it were a massive failure. They swear
Yeah,
screw them, man.
yeah. Just, but I mean, they wouldn't sell that many watches in that last batch, even if they sold it half. But they would do it just. She would do it just so that she could, bitch slap him basically with his code, and yeah, deliver those at like, like $5,000 to $10,000, not too much higher above the melt value on the gold. Just for the last 100, just so that on the website, the last existing MSRP for them is just atrociously low. But I noticed the great dealers aren't taking the codes as best as I can tell. Like I looked up, all the, reputable grey dealers that I could find, especially ones that do deal in AP, and like none of them had any code 1159s. Like I thought, like how low does this go? I was like, it must be toxic sludge because they're not even willing to sell them at whatever discount would actually clear them.
Well, I mean, um, 6 months ago, they were pushing them pretty heavily because how it worked was a lot of people were pulled into the AP boutique. They wanted APs and they weren't getting any Royal Oaks. So so they got instead those pieces, which they in turn brought to not even six. I mean, I think by now we're talking about a year ago, which they then brought to secondhand, gray market profiteers, and then they were trying to flip them back. But now that the crash has happened and no one is able to flip watches like that
Mm-hmm.
with that sort of profit anymore. Because even weak watches, even traditionally soft watches, as you know, a little more than a year ago were going at a premium and sometimes at a significant premium.
Mm.
Um, so that's why Code 1159 is disappearing, because they were buying them almost for dirt cheap and flipping them. Now they can buy it for dirt cheap, but they can't sell them.
You can't sell them. There's no end customer. Yeah, I was just curious. Like, I just wanted a reference price at all, just at all, because I was shown a new steel model, Code 11 from the back,
Hmm.
and I want to know if I passed up on a flippable watch. Not that I would flip it, but I want to know what the meaning of our interaction is. You get what I'm saying? Like if they offer you something that's actually covetable versus something that's just sludge, the two different, they mean two different things, right? like did he show me something that he trusted that he would sell me that was quote unquote flippable? Not that I said not that he should flip it, but did he trust me enough to show me something that was you know could be risky if he was selling it to the wrong person?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, I think if I saw it correctly in your video, it was a chrome,
Chronograph.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, that's a decent watch still. I'm not trying to write it off completely, but it's just not it, man. It's not, I mean, for
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
the
I
way
was just curious whether or not it
the
was.
way the way the watch looks, no matter what no one else says, I don't care. It looks literally like a mall watch. I mean, the aesthetic is just not there.
I
It's
think the main saving grace is that the dials can be very nice. The one that I saw in steel wasn't that nice. Like the ones that I took a closer look at the last time I was there in gold, they were very very nice dials. This one looks like it would be a nice dial in the picture, but in person it's not any better than the picture.
like yeah, the ones those are just stamped. Stamped guilloche, it doesn't look as lively and as deep as those cut by hand guided rose engines. It just doesn't. So um, maybe smoked the fume dials on the precious metal ones. Is that what you liked previously?
Uh, I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
blue and black. In person, it was very very beautiful.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
my
Swiss, you're right. Like the one that I was looking at was steel and ceramic, and it struck me as being very Hublot like from the perspective that it's like it's mixing modern non-precious metals and stuff, and yeah, there's I definitely got sort of like a Hublot vibe from that. Hublot has ruined materials for the rest of the watch community. You know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, I think it would be cool if in general there were more materials experimented with. I do like the idea, but Hublot have been doing that and just taking it to the extreme, mixing and matching materials and using all sorts of things for such a long time that any watch brand that seriously plays with, a new material will get a little bit of, it, it's kind of Hublot's thing, basically. That's the issue.
Yeah. And also, by the way, I mean, at the time when Jean-Claude Biver came up with that idea, it was a unique concept,
Yeah.
to do that sort of to indulge in that sort of cognitive dissonance of mixing precious metal with a rubber band was, I mean, maybe revolutionary is too big of a word, but was quite rare and
Mm-hmm.
very unique at the time. And now everyone does it, and now people are to a certain extent tired of it. Um, and when brands who had the moral high ground, like oh, they just copied our watch, when they produce a copy of a copy, you just end up with a kind of parody. I mean, to me, what was most revolting about Code 1159 wasn't only the fact that it basically has an octagonal mid case, which is kind of ironic for a watch that is supposed to be in its raison d'etre, not a royal oak. But more importantly, it just seemed to me like an uninspired and unimaginative design that was a hodgepodge of a few different ideas that were harvested from different brands, like the pierced lugs of de Béthune, like the concave crystals of Grebel Forcé, and smoke dials of H. Moser and Company. What I mean, all these different examples come to mind. I feel like every part of that watch takes its inspiration from somewhere else in the industry. And
Mm-hmm.
for me, AP is the opposite. AP is supposed to be the pioneer. They can't be followers, they're supposed to be leaders. So it frustrated me from the beginning and never, never convinced me after that.
So who's quoting them? are they
Was
are they over or under retail even when they're FAP? Solidly under, even the new model. Like I honestly can't. I'd have to resort to Chrono, which I really don't like doing because there's all sorts of problems with Chrono.
um, Peruka, I was covering this auction and also the Watches Online auction that Sotheby's New York is putting together. Let's just say it in this way, in quotation marks, they have very conservative estimates. So a lot of them are really there, as you know, to lure people into bidding on the watches in the first place. And yes, it is a kind of a time that is difficult to ascertain and evaluate for the watches and for the auction circuit as well. But still, I think they are genuinely just trying to drum up attention. Um, and yeah, look, AP concept is actually AP's way of finally saying Richard Mille made enough money using our facilities, basically, more or less, um, even though they have a 10% stake in that company. They basically said, why don't we make Richard Mille watches and make our own money from it? So I think Hublot, I mean, I can understand Theo and Harris don't know much. So probably they thought of Hublot, but obviously the reference there is Richard Mille, which is a monster that AP created themselves.
Wow, there aren't many Code 11s on Chrono for in steel anyway. Uh,
That's relatively new, though. The steel models, just came out a few months ago, literally.
yeah. Well, that's what I've got pictured on Discord. It was a steel model. Steel and ceramic.
Yeah, with the ceramic mid case, right?
Yeah. I mean, he said it when I handed it over, but then like I noticed it for myself. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
that
I have
the
to,
mid case
I have to
ceramic here.
clarify this. I thought I was making some sort of profound statement and people misunderstood. Audemars Piguet basically makes Richard Mille watches because Richard Mille movements, the high grade ones, the more complicated ones, are produced in APRP, the Renault et Papy workshop. That was famously this kind of boutique movement manufacturer and horological innovation hub, which was integrated into AP over the years, and it already was this way. Um, AP owns 10% stake in Richard Mille, which has nothing to do with Hublot. And AP basically said with the Royal Oak Concept series, why don't we make our own Richard Mille watches so that we can make money of our own production, of our own innovations. Vaucher Manufacture Fleurier produces some of the movements for Richard Mille as well, but Hublot has no part to play. That's why I thought it was funny for them to just think of the Spider-Man AP. I think just shows how little they actually know.
Why am I unable to find a quote for this code 1159, the chrono that I had pictured? Like, why is it like effectively non-existent? Like the only reference I can find is on Chrono 24. It says price available on request, but that's it.
Really? That's strange. Let's check Material Good, which is just kind of their own arm of secondhand of selling used pieces. Let's see if they have any to begin with before we choose a specific model. They have this one.
Why do companies do this on their own website? It's so it's so silly.
Well, I've actually visited them in New York, so brings back flashbacks and bad memories, honestly. So that's literally how they approach their business, even in real life. Not super.
So you got the Turbolon.
They have the white gold one, 51 5000. No, they don't have the steel. Yeah, the closest they have with a declared price is this.
White gold.
And 51 5000.
Wow, they want a lot of money for that. Is that not?
And they have
I think
the
that's over retail, that price. That shocks me a little bit.
pontiff pose. Did you see?
Just looking up what the price is on that one on
Yeah,
Audemars website.
price on request with a stock photo too, so it's absolutely worthless, that
Yeah.
Chrono 24 listing.
Looking at that one, oh holy cow, $83,000.
You mean the list price on the white gold version of the chronograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, the pricing is completely out of all proportion. The steel ones too, like you are giving me, you're already 25K basically, and you're giving me a stamped guilloche dial.
Oh my god. So that chrono is 37,400. That's
Hmm.
that's too much. That's too much. I'll take another Daytona for that price. I'll be fine.
As well, you perhaps should.
And the strap is not very inspiring, by the way. I don't mind, but it's really not like, ooh, this is next level.
Honestly, I think the sailcloth style strap, I think either inspires people, or it's a love it or hate it thing. I think I like it in most executions. I don't have anything particularly bad to say about the ones on code 1159. But again, I think ultimately, because the overall picture is so hodgepodge, it ends up reinforcing that mall fashion watch image.
Right.
They might have as well gone with a Velcro and be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
In
Yeah, yeah. I'm not saying the strap is like less than what it can be, but it's just um, wow. I I actually thought this was in the 20 range at 37. This is very bad value. I cannot imagine. Yeah. That being said, not I can't find any references to this watch being sold on the grey market at the moment. And I even on Moda, like I saw one listing. I did a search, one code in all of Moda.
I'll again, since I'm feeling so charitable today, I'll do another sympathetic take. Um, I'll say this: these watches are not selling at the moment. They haven't gained enough traction, and whatever the gray market dealers have in stock, they're just saving them for a rainy day for
Mm-hmm.
themselves, or saving them for a better day when the model will finally, perhaps, get some traction, get some kind of actual hype around it, and will actually sell. For now, they don't want to actually lose any skin in the game, so they're holding on to them for the right
Right.
moment.
Yeah, I saw a video about a watch dealer in Dubai, I think, and they had just drawer after drawer after drawer filled with code 11s. It's just just like okay, it's like unlimited code 1159s.
Yep. Trust me. I mean, of course, we say, um, they don't make too many watches after all, whatever. But ultimately, it's actually for a watch that no one really wants at that price point. Um, they do make a lot of them actually, because you have already 50,000 plus pieces that are made by AP, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure with the current push they have, it's not nothing.
It's really quite stupid, honestly. Like if like to me, like if you're trying to get a model out, you would like absolutely not produce more than what demand it has. Like you do what Tudor's doing, right? You know, where you do your best to try to limit supply at the beginning, ship one watch a week. Like the Black Bay 54, like it's their newest release, and they're shipping just very few of them, and so they have a little bit of a premium, a little bit of attention. It's hard to get, quote unquote, and they'll just sustain that for a little while. Why, with a new watch, they come in at such a high price point and then overproduce them. Disaster. And you're saying the dial is stamped guilloche on
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. So I mean,
Well, it
stamp
probably
guilloche,
explains why it didn't look that great in person.
stamp guilloche basically means not guilloche at all, but
Yeah.
since the patterns are associated with guilloche, including me, everyone names them as such.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, Gundog. I'm just not a huge fan of the design to begin with. So if it comes to the Star Wheel, I would either go with the Millenary, which in stainless steel is not only a rare piece, not only a limited edition piece, but also I think a very beautiful design on the dial that plays around with that star theme, which of course gives the name to the complication. And particularly around these days, the prices have gone up significantly. So you might want to wait for the right moments. But the 25720 in any metal is actually, I think, a much prettier, much more interesting watch. I much prefer the transparent discs for that. Um, and they were incredible as deals when it was simply um, around 35K, maybe even less. Nowadays, they're much more expensive than that, and not many of them to go around because people know that Code 1159's most popular version is the Star Wheel. So people are going back to the Star Wheel, which
Mm-hmm.
was this, round stepped bezel case with relatively stubby lugs. This was also the vehicle for a lot of Audemars Piguet perpetual calendars too. So the classic 36 millimeter Jacques Dimier design. I think very beautiful case for a dress watch. This is the movement on the back. I know the rotor itself might not pass muster for contemporary, high horology, but this is how they used to do it. It's not, it's not a lack. La Starville.
I tried the Engineer on today.
Yeah.
Um,
What did you think?
I like the dial. Um,
Which one did you try? Which color of the dial?
I tried the white on. They had three colors there: black, white, and light blue, I think. But I like the white, and it shocked me as to how small it was actually. Um, Fine for me, like as in it fits my wrist because I'm a smaller guy. So maybe Swiss, you like the Engineer? I don't know. um, So I'm a little surprised because just in general, I don't expect the brand, especially IWC, to make a watch that fits my wrist. Um, it kind of felt like it was too small, even though it's 40, and it fits my wrist. So I'm not going to complain too hard on that one. So it was a little bit weird. I think that that's the size they went for to go to market with because just especially from IWC, like their customers are going to expect bigger watches, just generally speaking. So,
The thing is, it they tried to, because they made a lot of bigger. Um, More recently, they made a lot of bigger ingenieurs, and they wanted something that was closer to the original in terms of its proportions and feel. But they also have a better bracelet, technically speaking, than the original. So, which actually doesn't have that sort of flared hang that
Mm,
that makes the watch wear bigger than it actually is, and is not in a comfortable way either.
mm,
So with the sizing that is closer to the original and the better bracelet, the watch simply wears better and looks better and feels smaller on the wrist than it might indicate. Because
sure.
40 integrated bracelet, you think 42 or larger automatically.
Yes.
That's not
Yeah.
always the case.
And the other thing is it has the butterfly clasp, double deployment, or however you want to call it, and I've decided I don't like that.
Me too, actually. I much
I just
prefer for the deployant. I much prefer the single. I, for me, it's always a better fit.
mhm. Yeah, it just seems like more steps, and it usually comes with the trade off that there's usually no good way to do a micro adjust on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God save you if you are used to glide lock and other sorts of micro adjustment systems, because you'll
Hmm.
never find anything quite like it. For me, I don't care. Um,
Oh yeah, I don't need one that's on the fly. I just mean like literally just micro adjust, not on the fly micro adjust. Just being able to adjust below the link size, and on a butterfly that's also difficult. Never mind on the fly. I know that Patek has a little bit of an adjustment thing, like I think where it sort of reveals this other link that can be positioned or something. Looks a little bit odd, but I guess it works.
yeah, I love that strap flat four. It's the Austrian brand Hirsch. Uh, the model is called James. It's in the golden brown color, and it's a hybrid strap, which is calfskin leather on the outside and rubber on the inside. So it's a great strap for the summer, and just fits really well with the vibe of the Breguet Type 20. Yeah, Ozzy, I don't know what you thought when I kind of joked around about doing a marathon. I think you took it seriously. And okay, okay, that's nice. I wonder why he didn't write to me, but yes, please. Yeah, I'll wait for him. So we should probably close now, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presence and support. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you haven't watched my coverage of the Speedmaster that never was, please feel free to engage with the playlist, for which I will drop the link in the chat once again. I want to thank especially Jake Brooks, your friend Mikey, my friend Mikey, Nick Butter, and Flat Four for their generous contributions, and everyone else for their questions, comments, and everything else. Again, feel free to check out my coverage of the record breaking vintage Speedmaster that never was. Um, I took advantage of knowing a little bit of German, which helped me translate the two articles on the fly and present some of my opinions about them. Check it out, and I will see you all in the next one. And until then, take care. Bye. Um, Let me drop the link for our special guest behind the scenes. There's the link. All right. Take care, everyone.